Alright. I think we might be live now. Boy, oh boy, has it been a rough 20-ish hours. Fingers are crossed for today. Fingers are crossed because we've had issues. I've had issues, a lot of them. It turns out that the event, or that the Ryzen profile was still in the overclocked mode, right? Because there's two parts of the Ryzen profile. There's the actual, well, there's the Ryzen profile is weird, right? But the curve optimizer was still enabled somehow, right? And I thought I did disable that. But considering that my issues have been consistent with hardware, I'm gonna think that it's a system issue. I'm gonna think that it was an overclock issue. Right. So far, I've rebooted the computer 3 or 4 times, trying to replicate the issue, what happened, and so, at least since I've had the issue, and so far, nothing. So, I didn't get to test flight, but whatever. Alright, Grumpy is spawning right there, I think. Alright, let me just go ahead and adjust everything real quickly. Fingers are crossed for today. I'm going to blame it on AMD Ryzen, I think, and them not having the best optimizer. Right. That's what I think I'm going to do. But anyway, there's only so much I can do before I have to realize Windows reinstall might be in my future, which, to be honest, I'm probably approaching the point anyway, I'm probably approaching the point anyway where I may or may not benefit from one. Configure video. Control. Why is that always auto? Apply, okay. Right then, we are fingers crossed going into today. That's what I'm saying. Fingers crossed. I think everything might be fine now, but I can't say for certain. Doing a PU up, get maybe flight up, RAS up. Right. The other slight issue I found was, I think I did have a USB surge. Well, I know I had a USB surge earlier. Because Windows told me. But that was in a disconnect when I went to just try a few things out. But I think that's a non-issue, because I haven't had any issues since. And I'm running with the Boeing side of this part only today. I mean, I'm still running with the bus throttles, but I'm running with the FMC and this only today, in case it was in fact a USB surge, which I really don't think it was. So, right then, let's go ahead and get SimBrief up and let's get our flight plan filed. I have to wonder if whatever still thinks I'm going from Heathrow to Edinburgh. So I was gonna do a Heathrow to Eddie flight. Actually, probably should have done it the other way, but then I was going through stuff and I thought it was fine. Then I decided to do a stress test, and that's what makes this whole situation even more weird, because I've run multiple stress tests now, multiple roughly half an hour stress tests, including on the memory, the CPU, and the graphic and the GPU. So push time gonna be I forget. We're gonna. It's kind of up in the air. And there is Grumpy in his A350, I think, is what he's doing. Now this computer's malfunctioning. No, whatever. I'll fix that one later. All right. You're going Heathrow to. Or sorry, you're going to from Baltimore to Heathrow today. We're gonna hope for a smooth flight. All right. Yep. Grumpy's in an A350 right next to us. We're gonna introduce Grumpy to the oceanic procedures today. That's the goal. We're gonna be in a BA. We're gonna be flying as a British Airways. He's gonna be flying as AirNott, I think. Unless he's gonna rejoin as a BA. So. Anyway. Right, let's go and get our flight plan up. Do a full briefing. Let's try this now. Yep. On-screen keyboard. Alright, there we go. Now we got that. Now we got that up. Alright, now just open up Discord real quickly. Because Grumpy, that we are doing it with Grumpy, so. Alright. Airline speedbed to Lima Juliet today. Departing Baltimore, Washington, Dugan Marshall International Airport. Arriving Heathrow. Am I having internet issues? I am. I am having internet issues. Am I having internet issues on my phone? Is it just got? I had that error. I had that error earlier. But then I went to test it with the YouTube video, and the YouTube video was fine the entire thing. So I hope that was just a one-off. Alright. Anyway. 777-200 Golf Dash Yankee Mike Sierra. Okay. Uh-oh. Dulles to Frankfurt. Nice. Washington, Dulles to Frankfurt. Alright. I was watching it. Grumpy does not know SoCal is, so I sent Grumpy a nice long message of everything that he has to note for going oceanic. Alright, in terms of routes, this doesn't really show the weather, but usually one it gives me is usually fine. Generate. It'll be Drupkin 1 Bros. In case anyone's curious. Drupkin 1 Bros. Let's see. Does put us on Nat Trek uniform for tonight. Alright. Pre-file. VATSIM. My internet connection is being a little slow, actually. Alright. Now this is important. Make sure your cell count is in. Make sure the cell count is in. So. Alright. So Fry, I have a job for you tonight. Let me know if I have any internet issues. You can send me a message on Discord if you notice anything immediately. There we go. Auto ATC. There we go. So we got that in. Puts us on the Sierra tonight. Let's see your maps. Or let's take a look at the PDF because there is actually some wind data. Come down here to the charts. You have wind, so around Munton, most likely have some winds. Also have some wind around that area, I think. Night, maybe. So looks like we have a pretty, yeah. So we'll have some turbulence around here. It looks like. We'll see if that's true. See if that's the way it is. So. You want to look a little bit pixelated. Alright, let me know if let me know if stuff hits the fan though. Because doing this with someone tonight, I'm training someone. I'm training Grumpy on how to do oceanic procedures tonight. And yeah. I don't know if it's gonna go I don't know if it's gonna go super well. Just to be crystal clear, if we have any more issues, my next stage with the whole situation is a fresh install of Windows from the ground up and reinstalling all my software, which will take a few nights. I just want to make that crystal clear. That is my next step in diagnosing this computer. Because what I found was I found a few things wrong. Okay. I found a few things that might be causing the issues. The first thing I found was... first off, I started off by finding the critical errors. The critical errors of the system officially reporting system crash. Then I looked back at the consistencies and anything that might have happened with those, and I found a few consistent things. I found a driver failure somewhere. I found a lot of TPM errors, but TPM errors are going to happen. And I don't think TPM errors would cause system shutdowns the way that they happen. Maybe they'd cause blue screens of death, but I don't think TPM errors would have caused what I had now 4 times, right? But more importantly, I found a processor error. I found a singular processor error. I haven't looked back to see if they were all processor errors, but I found that singular processor error, and what I found was, and then I went to investigate that, and what I found was the Ryzen Master, the software used to overclock your CPU. The curve optimizer was still enabled, right, and it requires a restart to disable. So far, everything appears to be stable. Keyword being so far. So, yeah, that's roughly speaking what I want to say has caused it. Okay. So far, that's what I'm thinking, though. So far. So, alright. Anyway, let's go and get the aircraft beginning. Let's go and get the aircraft set up. So, all right. Adiru's on. Emergency lights on. Window heat on. Anyway, we're gonna go into tonight thinking that everything's gonna work. I think one of the things that they taught me in cybersecurity, and thank God for my cybersecurity education, because that does really come in handy with diagnosing this computer. One of the things that they taught me in cybersecurity. Okay. Monday your computer's fine. Wednesday it's crashing. It's not what, right? You might think of a bunch of possible things and be like, was it this Word file? Maybe I created, right? You look at what changed. And the only thing that changed from the time that we ended the poll to last night's stream, to the stream yesterday, with all the issues, was the rise in overclock. That was the only thing that changed. That was the only thing I did. Right. That's one of the things that they teach you in cybersecurity. What changed? And for me, what changed was precisely what I just said. The rise in overclock. Okay, and then I see the processor error, and I think I've nailed it down, right? I think I've finally figured out the error, right? Because I was able to recreate it. I was able to recreate the error once. Then I have not been able to recreate the issue again, right? The only other consistencies for each one were the fact that the SIM was open, or the SIM was opening. So, but anyway, right. Is Grumpy on 109,400 yet? 109,400 is the Baltimore CTAF frequency. Speedbird to Limit ready to check. He's probably on.
Yeah, hear you by 5 on this CTAF.
Wonderful, thank you. Alright. Seat. Alright. Menu. FMC. Right, let's go and get. Anyway, let's go ahead and begin to get the whole aircraft set up. Request data from SimBrief. Position it. GPS. Set inertial. We are at Baltimore. And we are. It doesn't really like it with that yet, no. We are Echo 3. Route. Request from SimBrief. Set payload. Set fuel. Select route. So. Oh, where'd Grumpy go? Unless I'm the one having the issue. Yeah, he's off network. Alright. In the meantime, route uplink load. Yeah. Even if Grumpy is not gonna have the A350 with them, I'm still gonna do this flight because not only do we need to do a Baltimore to Heathrow, but I also need to thoroughly test the system. So I need to thoroughly test the system and the system's longevity and figure out have I actually been able to find the issue and hammer the issue into the ground with no more issues. Okay. Activate root. Performance init. Accept. So, but anyway. The rest limit. Yeah, we're having more issues with the 350. Yeah, I just find that the 350 really lags. That was one of my issues with the whole thing. Yeah, that's one of my big issues with the whole thing. Alright, let's get New Sky up. Did Grumpy move an A350? My airlines. He might have. Makes sense if he did. Someone is flying a 777. Oh, that's nice. Alright. See here. Baltimore 772. Yeah. Alright. Let's see here. The idea is almost aligned. Well, we can go to those you need to today. Because, well, I'm desperate to go slow because I want to do tonight's stream. Is there's two purposes, right? The purpose of one is to show Grumpy how to do oceanic procedure. A second thing is to do a long stress test on the system to figure out have I finally fixed my issue. And more specifically, if I have, if I haven't, the next stage is what is the next stage? I think the next stage is going to be a reinstall of Windows, which is going to be freaking annoying because it means I will have to reprogram a lot of things. But on the bright side, it's kind of as if I would benefit from it, right? And would benefit from a more stable system and benefit from some extra software that I have on my system now that I don't really need. Or at least knowing all the software that I have on here is software I'm actually going to use. So, anyway, let's FMC com wind load. I would be skeptical to do a New Sky flight. Well, worst case with the New Sky flight, I have to close the flight later on, and yeah. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. There we go. Yeah, well, New Sky flight's the same. full bus today. 400. That's not full A380. That's not a. Oh, if you're doing the 330, then okay. But if you're doing something else, if you're doing the A380, then doesn't sound about right. I thought those things were supposed to hold 800. Let's see the packs. To Lima Juliet. 772. I'll take that. We'll move the Pratt and Whitney for once. The Rolls Royces. Only 484 passengers in a full 380. You've got to be shitting me. I thought those things were supposed to hold 800. I could have sworn those things were supposed to hold 800. Ah, that would be in full economy. Okay, that makes sense. So, so you're telling me? So you're telling me that the business class passengers take up half the space in the? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me that the business class and first class passengers get to take up half the space in an A380. That still doesn't sound right. Right, departure time, I'll go 2:05. So, alright, what is the altimeter? What is the METAR for Baltimore? Baltimore departure, altimeter 3025. 3025. Hey, Louis, welcome aboard. We are flying with Mr. Grumpy, who's right next to us. He's going to be in an AirNott A350. It's not loading in as an AirNott because I don't actually have the AirNott livery. Alright, I have the VMR file, but I don't have the aircraft anymore. And the reason I don't have the aircraft is because I find the A350 to be junk, and I'm really not thrilled with it. So, all right. I just want to do a mini flight control check before I continue. All right, that works appropriately. Speed brake, fine. Flaps, fine. Full down, full up, full left, full right. Okay. By the way, everyone, if we have any issues and the stream cuts off, I will post something in both the Discord and on YouTube telling everyone that it's happened. Right. I will not be resuming today. If something happens during the stream where the stream cuts out, it's most likely because the the PC crashed again. And if that happens, which I fingers crossed it won't. Fingers really crossed it won't. If it happens though, I'm not resuming the stream. And I'm going to put a thing out in I'll put the thing out in YouTube, and I'll put it out in Discord. But yeah, just wanted to make everyone crystal clear about that. Right, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page if something happens. If OBS crashes, then okay, then I'll accept that. But OBS doesn't crash, right? It's usually a sim or something else, or something else that caused it. But I don't think I've ever had OBS crash on me. Well, actually, it did crash earlier today. It did crash earlier today, but that was in the middle of a stress test. So, but anyway, I just want to make it crystal clear. If something happens during today's stream, the next thing I'm gonna be doing is loading up a Windows 11 ISO or bootable USB and reinstalling Windows. I will not be resuming the stream. So, just want to make sure that's crystal clear. So, all right. All right. Let's see. What's our performance takeoff, or what's our performance looking like? Oh, shit, I didn't add extra fuel. Shit. Let me quickly add that to fuel. Give me an extra give me an extra 2 tons weather. And then for ATC, give me an extra 3. We'll be arriving in Heathrow quite late today, so I do want enough fuel for some holding. So that'll give us an extra 5 tons of fuel by the way. So with the minimum being of around 10-11, but if we get there with 10-11 tons, we may or may not consider a diversion. So, because I do want to have enough for a complete go around. So, all right. In that case, what I need to do is I need to go back in here to route, request, set payload, set the fuel. And actually, we're just going to redo the whole thing. Alright. Now that screen just turned off. But it was only that screen. I'll know immediately if it's all 3. If it's all 3, I'll be pulling out my phone. My phone's right here on standby, everyone. You'll see an announcement, and you'll see a post. So. Yes, Louis, it is Baltimore to London Heathrow. Not London Gatwick, because Gatwick doesn't do London flights, which kind of makes sense. Or Gatwick doesn't do Baltimore flights. Oh, no. Oh, I was about to say maybe they would, but unless you're going from Iceland, unless there's a direct from Iceland, there isn't really. Let's get that. We are all right in terms of the winds. What are the winds? 290 degrees, 4 knots. It is a runway 28 day, Dupkin 1 Bros. We can execute that. Alright, thrust limit, accept. In terms of our fuel today, we are taking 57.8. That seems low. The flight's going to be about 6 hour, roughly 6.5 hours long. It's a flight that I've flown in real life probably about three or 4 times now. It's a nice little flight. I don't really consider it to be a quote-unquote long haul, but it's a nice little flight, so. Rest limit. So, alright. I'm going to estimate Heathrow 14.2. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. We'll be fine, though. We'll be fine. Unless I want to add extra, which I might. No. Now we're gonna estimate Heathrow 18.3, so we're fine. We'll be fine. That right there goes to show the importance of getting your wind data. All right, my initial altitude's gonna be 370. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to go direct Bosley, then Arwen, then Bros. Eventually up through the Dupkin 1. We've flown this departure plenty of times. Alright. Right. Let's go ahead and get our takeoff data in. So you're rolling out the apron now. Nice. Nice. Grumpy has told me I should push first, I think, but I will, I guess it's really more of a matter of which one of us is ready first, which I'm kind of already ready, so. 743 feet of margin, that's not very much now, is it? What about flaps? 15, flaps 15, 13. Give flaps 20 on the. Give flaps 20 on this takeoff. Takeoff 2. Yeah, I'll go takeoff 2. I think. So, I think we'll go takeoff 2. Okay, takeoff 2. Assume temp 32. By the way, so. Temp 132 for the assumed temp. That is not very much at all. All right, takeoff 2. 32 degrees centigrade. I think we're going to aim for... I know that I have told New Sky 50. Or, sorry, I think I've told New Sky 25. So I have got roughly 15 minutes before I push, then add on an extra 5 to 7 minutes for push and taxi. So... Alright, takeoff, all good. Takeoff is going to be flaps 20. Alright, just out of curiosity, what are these numbers without improved climb? Uh-oh. Company's having more issues with the 350. Just be crystal clear, we are going to continue with this flight because I need to do a stress test on this system, and yeah, I need to do a stress test on the system. Oh, don't be it. Ooh, he's putting on chase plane. Ooh, he's trying to put it on chase plane. Uh. Sorry, I'm just communicating with the Clark and myself and Grumpy. Sorry. Yep. And then alright, we might be getting Clark as well. Yeah. I think we're getting Clark as well, so. Alright, so in terms of our speeds. With bleeds off, I don't know. Alright. Thrust limit. Take off. Next page, the surface wind for Baltimore is... Uh-oh. Yeah, I know the, I know, I just did it again. It's been doing it all evening, so I'm gonna need to wonder if it's ought to do it again. Oh, Clark might be joining in. As... Clark might be joining in. Alright, reference, our current temperature is like minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit, or minus 15 degrees centigrade. Okay, that's off by a little, it's minus 11, but... And the surface wind is 290 degrees 4. By the way, just to be crystal clear, I'm not expecting us to make it to Heathrow, unfortunately. But I'm not going to say we won't. I'm just going to say I'm not expecting it. So, alright. There he goes again. There it goes again. There goes the internet connection. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the internet connection. It's being weird today. Actually, the internet's been on and off all week. The internet's been on or off all week. Usually, I have Verizon, which means it's usually quite reliable. Don't really know what's going on with the internet today. Recently though. So, I wonder if I have to reboot the router. Alright. Thrust limit takeoff. Oh, good. Yeah. Wonder if it's a Windows issue. Wonder if it's a Windows issue, to be honest. Why is... Oh, it's... Wait, what? That's weird. How his wings green. Oh, that's why. It's because my, something's on. I think it's my nav lights that are on, actually. Yeah, because if I were to turn the nav lights off... Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm actually at the point now with Windows where, yeah, with Windows, I'm actually now at the point. I'm officially at the point now with Windows. Microsoft has broken so much with Windows recently. I am waiting a whopping 2 weeks in between Windows update to actually update. If you know what I mean. I'm now at the point where I'm waiting a whole 2 weeks before in between updates, because if they release a patch and they break something, and it breaks something on my computer, I'm gonna be pissed. And they've kind of been doing that a lot recently. Kind of every update this year so far has had some form of issue. Back? Are we back? What I just did was I just replugged my Ethernet cable in. Are we back? Can someone tell me when they find this? When they get this? I've had internet issues all day today. Okay. I wonder if it was a motherboard issue. Right. And I think Grumpy's done again. Oh wait, no, that's side is connected. Alright. I'd say we're about time. So our APU is running now. Let's see here. Before we do anything, let's take a look. Checklist. Oxygen, flight instruments. Yep, we are in the 777, Louis. We are in the 777-200 because it's, I think we all know that it's my favorite. So, no, yeah, I'm gonna quickly do. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna quickly look at down detector, find out if Verizon's been having issues. There have been some issues with Verizon's. I don't think that's a computer issue. Alright. Initial climb 7,000 via SID. Initial speed 200 LNAV. VNAV on. Alright. Parking brake. Set. Nice. Nice try. Alright. Flight deck door. Where is that again? Should be somewhere. By the way, we're gonna be late with the new sky. This one. Flight deck door. I'm not gonna worry about the flight deck door too much. Alright, passenger signs. Cabin crew, please begin safety demonstration. Cabin crew safety demonstration, thank you. MCP, alright. Rotate, alright. Initial heading 285, initial climb 7,000, initial speed 200. For takeoff speeds, we have V1135, rotate 137, safe climb 142. CDU pre-flight is complete. VNAV is working appropriately. We have the winds. Right, we have the departure in Ductin 1 Bras via 28. Trim, we don't do trim here. Taxi and takeoff briefing. So if we were to open up Novgraph, I will show everyone what that looks like. 28. Alright. Oh yeah. Oh, Fry, you're missing out. You are gonna miss out. You will get some absolutely stunning ones. So, anyway, in terms of our taxi, we'll be pushing straight back onto Charlie Lima. Then we'll taxi Juliet Sierra Papa to join Bravo Uniform 1. Technically, you can taxi via Juliet Bravo, Charlie Uniform 1, but no need to though. Alright. Anyway, we'll be pushing back on to Echo 3, so look it up. Alright. In terms of the departure, we pass Arwen at or above 4,000 with a max of 7,000. Then we go to Dupkin at or above 5, and then we are on the Bras transition, which calls for Hifley at or above 13,000, which will be fine. It is unrestricted. It's what's known as an unrestricted climb, or almost unrestricted climb. Transition altitude in the U.S. always level 180. All right, let's go ahead and start New Sky now. Alright. Beacon on. GSX, you can begin to do your magic. British Airways. We will get de-icing a little later. We definitely need de-icing on this departure. We definitely fucking need de-icing on this departure. Yeah, we would definitely. Oh dear.
We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
And Crumpy just told me that he is not gonna be able to do it. Oh dear. Nice.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted. Locking gear.
Yeah. I think Grumpy's gonna call it. FPS maybe? That mean there it is. Damn. Alright. There's that deal, right? Yeah, Grumpy's gonna call it.
Parking brakes, please.
Baltimore traffic speed order 2, Lehman Juliet, heavy, stand echo 3, push and start now, facing south on Charlie Lima. Baltimore traffic. Actions, release ground power, roof shocks. Oh, nice, Fry, nice.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Grumpy's gonna call it because 7 frames per second is unacceptable. Yeah. 7. And he has a 5090, by the way. He has a freaking 5090, and yeah, he shouldn't have to use audio FPS. So yeah. I mean, but I have found that in the past, auto FPS has just straight up corrected stuff, right? So I yeah, I found in the past that auto FPS has will just straight up correct stuff. So all right. Alright, so far everything's stable, by the way. So far, keyword being so far.
Please set parking brake.
Parking brake set. Confirmation. Alright. Fuel pumps on. Alright. Fuel pumps in the left. No, it should be fine. Alright. Alright. Fuel pump center left. But we do have fuel in the centers, correct? We do not. That's the issue. Do not. We're not taking nearly as much fuel as we usually do. So Alright. GSX, I can confirm a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Yeah, I understand.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Sorry, just some important messages.
Clear. Right is clear.
Sorry, just some important messages. Alright. Alright. Right, flaps full. Sorry, this is going to take us. We are going to get billed so hard. We are about to get billed so hard for all this stuff. We are about to get billed. We are about to get billed so hard for a late flight. All right, so Grumpy's going to try on the A340. Which I do not have any fuel reference from. So, alright. Flaps 230. Let's do our flight controls check. Flight controls. Alright. Yeah, so Grumpy's going to try on the A340. Which I do not have actively installed. Okay. Alright. Full up, full down, full left, full right. Alright. We need to taxi to the icing. Great. So, de-icing pad. Alright, so de-icing pad is right here. So, in that case, we need to taxi via Juliet. Oh dear, you just got crashed. Uh-oh. Alright, yeah. So Grumpy's gonna call it for the day. So, he's gonna give the 340 a go. So, alright. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird to Lima Juliet. Heavy, taxiing now, de-icing, 40928 via Juliet, Bravo, Papa, Baltimore traffic. Alright, let's see here. Go taxi lights on now. You're going to get billed so much for being late, but okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. In a few moments, we are going to get a nice big spray down. There's nothing to be concerned about. Anyway, welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 228, service now, Baltimore, service now, London Heathrow. The current time is 1:42 Zulu, 1:42 local. Current Heathrow time is 6:44 in the morning. We are aware that we are very much keeping you up and delayed, unfortunately. Sorry, we have had a few minor issues. Right. But anyway, in a few moments we are going to get sprayed down by an orangey fluid, and it's not going to look. It's not going to look fine, but everything will be fine. All it is some de-icing fluid, just to prevent some ice from building on the wing, so we can fly it appropriately. It's just standard procedure, so just be aware of that. Anyway, current total flight time for tonight is roughly it'll be roughly 6.5 hours. Hopefully, we don't have to do too much holding in Heathrow, but we might have to. There's a small possibility. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with British Airways. Cabin crew, please begin safety demonstration. Cabin crew safety demonstration. Thank you. So, all right. All right. Taxi lights are on. Good. I love how it shows that there's grass visible. There is no grass visible. Just be crystal clear. There is no grass visible in real life. We got a foot of snow on the ground, with potential for more this weekend. So, gonna get our internal flights on. We need to taxi to de-icing first. Papa. Yes, Papa. That right there is Tango. By the way, guys, I don't know if you were here when I got the tiller, but I have a tiller now. It cost me $300. $300 fucking dollars to steer the nose wheel of an aircraft. And it's right here. I don't know how y'all can see it. I do have the exposure tuned down by a significant amount. But anyway, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it could be better, but it's not bad either. So, Baltimore traffic speedbird to Lima Juliet, joining Charlie to de-icing. Baltimore traffic. Haven't actually ever had to get de-icing here at Baltimore. Just to show how rare. Alright. Go de-icing spot 6. Three. So, fuzz on the monitor. So. Anyway, we will go ahead and turn into here for de-icing. Real quickly. Just de-icing spot 6. Alright. Parking brake is set. Alright, engines. Alright. DI/anti-ice checklist. Alright. De-icing anti-ice checklist. Brakes are set. Alright. APU bleed air. Actually, the APU should be off. I don't think I have that. Okay. APU bleed air off. Doors closed. Cabin auto. Fisher auto. Alright. Flaps are going to flaps for takeoff are going to be 20. Let me open up Chase Lane. I need a panel up here. So I don't have this set up. I don't usually need it. Alright. Doors are all good. Flaps. Brakes. Okay. Actually, that's about it. We have to do for de-icing. GSX. Request de-icing servicer. Welcome aboard, Grumpy. Fingers crossed for tonight. Fingers crossed. Oh, also, let's see here. Yes. 75%. Alright. Just need all that. We just need those off for de-icing. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason that I ended my time with the A350. I just don't like that. I just don't like the A350 at all. You know, it's like, to be honest, I didn't really notice the frames. The frames never really bothered me about the 350, but it was other things that bothered me. So there were performance-related things that bothered me at the 350. So, such as the FMC or the MCD or whatever you call it in that thing, just being so shit, so laggy. But I've never had it take me down to 7 frames before. That's usually a Heathrow issue. So anyway. Just wait for de-icing to complete. And then we will take off. So, and fingers are crossed for today. Fingers are crossed. I found what I found was a CPU error in the event logs. And so I checked my CPU settings in Ryzen Master, and I found that curve balancer was still enabled. So I have to wonder, could that have been the issue? I have to wonder if curve balancer was the issue with the CPU today, because the issue with the issue that I had was definitely consistent with a hardware failure. It was very much consistent with a hardware failure. So, Captain crew, please prepare aircraft for takeoff. Captain crew, takeoff. Thank you. Is Clark gonna join us? He said he might. Ah, Clark is joining us. Clark is joining us. Nice. Alright, de-icing completed. Bleeds back on. Nice, we got, well, at least it's not me who's flying tonight. Clark's also joining us, so. Alright, let me just remind him of CTAF. Reminder CTAF. Alright. Right. Let's take a look here. Everything appears to be fine now. Alright. Let's see. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2 limit Juliet. De-icing completed. Taxiing now. Holding point uniform 1 for runway 28 via uniform. Baltimore traffic. Uh-oh, dear. Uh-oh. Maybe it's just any shit. Alright, strobies on, running chart on, flights on, get landing lights on now. Get everything up. Flight controls are all fine. Now they have a nice coat of flaps 20 set. Alright. Checklist. We can override this checklist because you already did all this. Before takeoff, flaps 20. Check. News guy's gonna be so pissed at us for being so late. Our off block was 25, by the way, and we didn't push until 30, I think. So, Baltimore traffic. Speedbird 2 limit Juliet heavy via uniform 1 lineup 28. Baltimore traffic.
28.
Alright. Let's see. And actually, wait, I forgot to set our squawk. So you see what happens when you don't have a controller online.
On runway 28.
Alright. Squawk is 6554. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, runway 28, takeoff now, Dupkin 1, Barras, transition departure. Baltimore traffic. Thrust set. In knots. Engines appear to be normal.
V1.
V1 and rotate. Pause rate, gear up. Again, flaps in 1 level for right now. That's another level. We are on our way now. Baltimore traffic speed bird 2 limit now airborne, passing 2200, climbing now. Flight level 370 via Dupkin 1 Bros. Baltimore traffic. That's it, essentially. Calls for unrestricted climb. Alright, follow them, flight directors, you bigot. Autopilot on now. Look at that. Now that's not a view you're gonna get anywhere else. Actually, I've had that exact window view, kind of. So magical. When it's snowy outside. Let's see, do I recognize that area? I do, actually. Oh, wait, do I? Do I now? I'm happy that your opinion on any boat is the same as my opinion. I'm happy that your opinion on any boats is the same as my opinion. So. And there's Clark right there, by the way. Wind. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. By the way, I don't think Microsoft Flight Sim is doing it justice how much snow we got. So. Final call on CTF Baltimore traffic speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, turning now direct to Bros. Final call on CTF Baltimore traffic. Execute that. Tune 122.8 now in the box. No, Grumpy, there's the triple. There's always a triple. So, alright, up to 3.7 now. Baltimore traffic speedbird 2 Lima Juliet airborne passing 7,000, climbing via the Dupkin 1, just took off runway 28. Baltimore traffic. And speedbird 2 Lima Juliet climbing now, flight level 370, Baltimore traffic. What we are crossing right now is known as the Chesapeake Bay. Nice big bay. Look, you see one of the bay bridges right there. I forget which one that is. Yeah, Grumpy, unfortunately when it comes to Airbus, we're kind of lacking a good long haul. So. See you, Louis. Yeah, Grumpy, unfortunately, Grumps. When it comes to Airbus, we kind of do lack a good long haul. Well, I mean, there is the A330, if you consider that good enough. There's the A330 from Headwind, but I don't know if that thing's eligible for my hangar yet, just yet. But there is the, it does work, so. But no, when it comes to the A350, I mean, there are 3 reasons that I was done with it, right? The first, which was the final decider, was the fact that I couldn't put in a pilot waypoint without it freaking giving me issues, right? But the other reason that I gave up on the A3, the second reason was nice, Clark. Welcome aboard, by the way. The other reason I gave up on the A350 was it just didn't feel great. Right, I didn't like the way it hand flew. It felt quite twitchy, which, okay, I think that was more me complaining about an aircraft that I didn't like than me actually than it actually being any issue. But I didn't like the way it hand flew, and it just felt like a waste of money. Right? I mean, I didn't like the experience. I didn't like flying it. And that's the third final reason. So it's like, why would I put time and effort into forcing myself to like an aircraft that I really just do not like? So for those reasons, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm just done. Can't, it's like, why put time and effort into an aircraft I can't, that I'm not enjoying? So Clark, are you aware of oceanic procedure? Because there is oceanic procedure. And you'll learn more about that in a bit, if you don't. Actually, I was going to show Grumpy oceanic procedure, but long-haul aircrafts apparently suck for buses. So, and this is where Boeing really does shine. Right. Boeing makes some really good long-haul aircrafts. Airbus does too, but I think Airbus' specialty is really short-haul aircrafts. Rather, I think Boeing's specialty is long hauls. So, I used to have a saying, and it is still somewhat of a saying that I very much believe in. Airbus short haul, Boeing long haul. It's very much a saying I believe in. Have you set your supplies or trim in the Dreamliner? Yeah, I haven't flown the Dreamliner in ages because I find it to be not great. I'm not a big fan of the Dreamliner in the sim. Alright, once again, everyone, I'm going to warn everyone, yesterday I had massive stability issues. About 30 minutes before I started the stream, I had another one of those incidents, but I think I figured out what caused the incident. I think I found it to be a processor error, which is weird because I didn't think I saw, passing 18,000 now, standard pressure. It's weird because I didn't think it would be, and I thought I did disable the overclock, or one of the overclocking things, but apparently it didn't. But the failures I had yesterday and literally at midnight tonight, so 2 hours ago, were very much, they seemed hardware-like, right? As in no blue screen, just PC shuts off, right? But anyway, if something happens to the stream, right, I'm not gonna say that is what happened, but because I have had a few internet issues recently, thanks Verizon. But I'm gonna say that that's probably what is going to happen. I want to give us about 80% odds of getting Heathrow. With that said, though, I think I might have fixed it as well, so keep that in mind. I have had issues, but I think they might be fixed now. Keyword being I think. So. Alright, we are well above 20,000 feet now. We can go ahead. Taxi lights off, and turn off lights off, nose lights off. Strobies and all that stuff are on. Good. Strobies and beacons. Nice. On the bright side, we get an absolutely gorgeous view of our climb. Right. Do it. Clear direct Robbinsville. Romeo Bravo Victor. I'm watching you depart, Clark. I'm watching you depart. No pressure. Traffic speed road 2 limit Juliet. Heavy. Turning now direct Robbinsville. Romeo Bravo Victor traffic. Alright, you're watching Clark depart, and I did start New Sky. Yes, I did. Just say. He's on the roll. He's on the roll. Must be airborne now. Yep, airborne. Nicely done, Clark. Nicely done. Alright, I need something to drink. I do have a Guinness in there, which I'll probably drink a little later if we end up descending. This is the one. I'll throw this one out later. So I've gone a whopping 19 hours, or sorry. Yeah, I've gone the whole 24 hours without any tea now, somehow. Fryer. So now I've gone a whole, yeah, I've gone a whole 24 hours without a cup of tea, which I don't really understand how I've been able to do that, but, oh, actually, that's a lie. Shit, that is a lie. Had plenty of, iced tea at work, so, shit, that's a lie, sorry. Alright, so the flight plan for today is going to take us to very much to the south of Heathrow. It'll be arrival via the Zurich. So, let's see. Now this is all like Philadelphia area, by the way. I think Bel Air was a little farther back. Elkton's about here. In not long, we should be seeing Philly. Speaking of the devil. What is that right there? That is Philadelphia International. They actually fly, or they used to fly A380s to it, or A350s to it. That's not a crash, by the way. It's just me getting a screenshot. So, all right, I will happily do that, Clark. I will happily do that. Have you logged on with a cellcal code? Have you logged on with a cellcal code? It'll be blank. It'll be letter followed by another letter with a dash, then a letter and another letter. Okay, because you will need one for oceanic, but it's well worth it. And if you don't have one, no worries. I'll go ahead and grab you one, and you can connect with it. So, mine personally, I have mine set for every aircraft that I fly. No, okay. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and give you one, and then you can quickly relog. And with vPilot, just put it in the dash format. Go ahead and quickly grab you one. And I need to run to the restroom real quickly. And I'll do that in a moment. Let you go ahead and actually send you what I sent Grumpy yesterday. So. Yes, you also recommended you write it down. That's why I'm going to send it to you. Copy message. Alright, Clark, I'm going to send this to you. A lot of this you can probably ignore now. But at least take a look through it. And I need to run to the restroom real quickly. I'll be right back. Alright. And I never sent that message. Oh, great. Alright. So, in that case, I'll just explain it. And I'll send you a dedicated cell cal. Oh, where did I find it? It'll be easier for me to send via my phone. Alright. Let me take a look here. Cell cal generator. Clark, I'm gonna go ahead and get you a cell cal. I'm just gonna generate one randomly. Copy. Alright, Clark. I'm assigning you a cell cal. So Clark, your cell cal is going to be Papa Golf Bravo Hotel. Now, what you're going to do is, in the third box, when you go to connect up to VATSIM via vPilot, there's a third box that's called the cell cal, right? Just put that in, right? And then that's it. And then now you're officially cell cal equipped, right? So if an oceanic controller were to put in your cell cal, you'll get a ding. Do not use the cell cal that is right here. Do not use it because vPilot won't recognize it. So I have made that mistake before. So anyway, put that cell cal I just sent you in. Essentially, what a cell cal is high frequency radio transmissions. They're quite loud. So, a cell cal allows a pilot to take off their headset and to kind of avoid the noise as they cruise across the Atlantic, right? And the computer, in this case it's going to be vPilot, is trained to recognize a set of tones assigned to each letter. When that tone comes, what will happen is your FMC or your aircraft will recognize it. It'll pop up with a message that says cell cal alert, that alerting you that ATC wants to speak to you. Okay. Cell cal is very much needed. It's very much nice to have, especially while you're cruising across the ocean. But make sure you write it down, because you will, if it's not already in your flight plan, which I don't think it is, you'll need to put it in or you'll need to just verbally say it to a controller. The next thing to note is roughly 30 to 90 minutes out, we're going to have to go to a website to get our oceanic clearance. It is nattrack.vatsim.net. Okay? Sign in with VATSIM. This is the official VATSIM website to get your oceanic clearance. Go ahead and hit request clearance. Okay. Right. I'll go ahead and fill it out with you if it helps. But it's going to ask for some information. First things first, your call sign, destination. This should already pre-filled out. It'll also automatically fill out your filed level, your filed flight level. Right. It's fine, because this is probably going to change, especially if you do step climbs. But you are going to need to put in your maximum flight level, initial flight level, by the way. That should be initial, right? Because I've not had it happen to me, it is possible for you to get cleared. Let's say you request 370, but then you put in 390. But maybe you can't reach 390 yet. It is possible to get cleared at 390, not 370, right? But put in the maximum flight level you can accept at the time you enter oceanic. or at the time that you're filing, which you file 30 to 90 minutes prior to your arrival. Generally about 30 to 60 is where I generally do, right? You don't want to, I don't really recommend anything over 90, because stuff's gonna change. Stuff that we'll get to in a moment might change a little, right? But you can't do it under 15. So if you do it at like 20 minutes to it, you should be fine. Okay. The next thing it's going to request is your route. You can just simply look into your FMC and match the two edge waypoints, or if you also look into SimBrief, take a look at your flight plan. Right. Mine says that that I'm going to be on track uniform tonight. Right. That also works. Right. Track uniform. Right. It will ask for the first oceanic sector. We are entering in at Gander. And then it will ask for the ETA for the fix. Okay. So your first fix is going to be the first oceanic waypoint. Right, so for us, our first oceanic waypoint is going to be Serpy, right? It should automatically choose this, right? It should automatically fill this part out, but if not, you might have to put in. You have to put in your ETA, which the best way I to do it, or the most reliable way I found to do it, is I just wait until I'm like direct to that waypoint, right? And then I take a look up here. That's the way I do it in the triple. Another way you could supposedly do it is come into your route, so legs, route data, and it'll say your ETA. We're still quite far out. We're not going to request a clearance yet, but anyway, right now we're estimating Serpy at 909 Zulu. So keep in mind, if your ETA changes by any more than 5 minutes, you will have to refile. Which it shouldn't, especially if you have your wind data in correctly, but you will have to refile if it changes by any more than about 5 minutes. And then the final thing that you will need to put in, there's a few of those things. The final thing you have to put in is the metadata, which is up here. My webcam is obstructing it ever so slightly. Up here, it says TMI up here on the top of the page. And then in the free text, I always put my cell cal, especially if it's not filed. So, the best way that I found to do it, Clark, is, well, first off, we're still a little early, right? We're still a little early. But the best way I found to do it is when I go direct to this waypoint, because that waypoint's going to be like an hour and a half long waypoint. Or it's going to be like an hour and a half long thing. Right. I'll just get it then, and that's like really convenient to me. And then in the triple, I don't know about the Dreamliner because it's been ages since I last did the Dreamliner. I go into legs, route data, and then just scroll down until we get it. Right, so Separi, I'm currently estimating 9092, so that's roughly speaking about 2 hours out. So, I find that one of the easier ways is just to look up here once you're direct to the waypoint. So, but let me know if you have any questions, right? And then once we're oceanic, so not before, but once we actually begin to cross the ocean, once we're past that first waypoint, our squawk, which, remember, AutoATC will have given you a squawk code. But once we are beginning to cross the Atlantic, what we're going to do is we are going to squawk 2000. Okay. We're going to squawk 2000 once we begin to cross. So, is that New York right there? So, how long before we need to file? I'm currently estimating 909 Zulu. I guess it's about an hour out if I had to guess. So the main thing is 30 to 90 minutes before. Right, 30 to 90 minutes. Though I recommend about 45, 60 at max. Because if you do it at 90 minutes before your ETA, at that waypoint, stuff's gonna change. You might have to refile. So just keep that in mind. But you shouldn't do it any less than 15 minutes. So, and then if there's not an oceanic controller online, it's fine. So, yeah. Seems about right. So, in that case, if you're due SERPI 938 Zulu, I'd recommend filing around 9. Around 9 is what I'd do. And then just remember, when it comes to your flight plan, you might know this as your controller. One of the things that I do, it's not strictly necessary in your cell cal or in the cell box, but put the cell cal. So, but if you've already filed, you don't need to do it again. Just make sure you have your cell cal noted down somewhere. Make sure you have it noted down. I have it. I have my cell cal on the bottom of my monitor, and at this point in time, I have it memorized as well. So, and then if you really want to take it to the next level and begin to do what I do, what you can do, because you have to manually put this in, what you can do in SimBrief, you can save your airframes, right? So you look at, let's take the 772 for example. Right, I have this. I have my 772 in here, and what I have, if you look here, you can just put a cell cal. So, and to create an airframe, just go into saved airframes, new airframe. Search for the type code for the aircraft, which in mine. So for today, I'm in the 77200. You can hit select. Make sure you get the right one. So select airframe, right, and then it's right here, and you can, of course, assign its own registration and whatnot. So, but that is very much only a if you would like to do oceanic thing. So that is a very much if you'd like to do oceanic. Right, that's I don't do it often, so I only have it set. Sorry, I do it often because I fly oceanic often. I get to I have airframe set up, so I don't have to keep putting in my cell cal and whatnot. So, and then you'll know that your cell cal has been filed correctly. So if you look in VATSIM Radar, and you look into if you were to look into VATSIM Radar, it'll say somewhere. Did I mess up my code? Squawk 6544. Yeah. Yeah, it should say somewhere. Might be a little hidden, but I think it used to say. Yep, right here. Right here. So let's see. It won't show if you haven't filed it. So, which does appear they have, but that's fine. It's not strictly necessary to file. All right. So in terms of our routes, I'm gonna say that SimBrief most likely gave us the same flight plans? Because they did. Yeah. Don't know what's being weird. Nice, nice. Now, are you factoring in step climbs? Because we have a step climb. Our first step climb, which is to 390, is at 932. So, keep that in mind. Step climbs. Essentially, the concept behind step climbs is you fly a long flight, right? When you're really heavy, sometimes you can't climb to those higher fuel efficient altitudes as efficiently, right? But as you burn off fuel, you become more fuel efficient, right? And you can climb to those higher altitudes, right? And so, obviously, 777 going from, let's say, Heathrow to Baltimore, right? We might initially start out at 3.3 or 3.50. But by the time we are ready for our descent, we'll have burned off all that fuel. We'll probably be ready for descent around 3.9 if not 4.10, right? Just mainly fuel efficiency. As the aircraft becomes more fuel efficient, and as the aircraft becomes lighter, it becomes more fuel efficient, and it allows you to, and your maximum altitude goes up, and you get to, and you can do stuff. So. And you can climb. And you can climb to just take advantage of nice fuel efficiency. We have a step climb at 932 Zulu, so. Which yeah. Interesting. This is about a 3,000 nautical mile journey, so. Yeah, what's your initial altitude? 3.7. Yeah. Well, you're also in what I call a plastic aircraft. You're in a Dreamliner. Very plasticky. So. Yeah. You're also in a plastic aircraft. So. It's a little. Your fuel efficiency is a little different than mine. Maybe we should. So, I feel like we need to give the Dreamliner a good go one of these days here soon. I feel like we've neglected the Dreamliner a lot in the past year. We used to fly the Dreamliner all the time until I came in love with the 777. Once I found the 777, I was like, ooh, this is good. Right. But we used to fly the Dreamliner all the freaking time, and I feel like we kind of owe it something. Because we did start the channel on it. Just much like David started the channel on the Fly-by-Wire, we started this channel pretty much flying the Dreamliner all the time. Flying the Dreamliner in the 747. So, we are due to give the Dreamliner another go. But, I found it to be quite bad the last time I used it. But I'm just accustomed to PMDG. So, to PMDG quality. Which actually, interestingly enough, I was watching a video before my PC crashed to test out my internet connection, and it was an interesting video on the PMDG 737 and on how they pretty much just copy and pasted the whole thing. And they claimed that they rebuilt it from the ground up. Yet no, the whole thing is just ported. So. Oh, good. I'll have to try it out then. Yeah, I've heard that the Horizon Sim one is a bit more built out than the default -10. So. I've heard the Horizon Sim one was more built out, so we'll have to give it a go. So yeah, we'll give it a go. Maybe next week. I don't know. I need to buy it. Hopefully we don't have a PC crash today, which once again I only give us about. Well, now I say we might get to Heathrow because the PC's been running 2.5 hours now, just fine without a crash. But if it happens, which it may very well happen, then I'm not going to continue this flight, and I might have to buy some hardware. So, Horizon Sim is free. I thought the Horizon Sim was the one that cost money. I do have the I have the Aviator edition of Microsoft Flight Sim 24. So. Let's see, model. FB enhancements. There's someone else who also made the 7.8, the whatever. GSX profiles. Okay, stunningly rated. Okay. Overall flap configuration tweaked. Okay. Flight model has been reworked to match the Dash 9 tables. What about the right. Okay. I'm gonna have to give this a go then. We might have to give it another go. And then someone made a Dash 8. Is the Kuro version free? Or Bravo Airspace? It was this one that I was also looking at. Let's see. Model. Okay. See. Oh, that does look better. That does look better. That does. Okay, that looks better. Bravo Airspace. Texturing. Just texturing wise, that looks better. So, okay, we'll have to give this a go then. Now, I need to take a look, though, at the systems, because I don't really care about about anything else but the systems. So. I feel like these are just like the same 3 images being shown. All good. All good. I feel like these are just the same 3 images being shown and shown over again. You're just gonna catch up. Bravo airspace. Paint kits. Paint kits is what these are. Okay. You know, it's the avionics upgrade that I need. Unfortunately. Yeah, but no, we really need to give the Dreamliner the go. I feel like we've been neglecting it, and the last time I tried to use it, I just didn't like it. But I mean, that it's also been really, really, really long time since I last flew that thing. So we'll give that thing a go, maybe next week or something. We'll give the thing another go next week. All right. All good. Sorry, fanboys. Recommending that I uninstall Ryzen Overclock, which I probably should. Yeah, the issues I had yesterday they were consistent with a hardware failure. Very much consistent with a hardware failure. But then it's like the weird thing is when I went to stress test the literal shit out of the system. Right, so I had, and during my stress test, I had CPU pinned at 100%. I had memory pinned at 100%, and GPU pinned at 100% for like, I don't know, like an hour, and the system was fine. You would have thought there was no issue. So it's weird, but then I went to load up the sim to fly with Grumpy, to begin this stream, at literally at midnight, and reference it to now, and boom, immediately hit with it again. So either way, I went back through the logs and I found a CPU error, and immediately kind of knew. So anyway. Just keep in mind, guys, that Ryzen Master does not do a very good job. If I'm going to say that, assuming that was the issue, because so far we've been stable, aside from a few internet connection issues, which I haven't had any since I reconnected my Ethernet cable. So. Anyway, fingers crossed that nothing happens. But we're now nearly 2 hours into this. That's right. Yeah, I'm 2 hours 15 minutes into this PC being loaded up. At least. No issues so far. So it's very, very, very annoying. An auto overclock, something that's meant to remain stable, gives issues. So imagine that. No, wait, that might have happened. So not gonna lie, I'm kind of beginning to consider switching over to. I'm kind of beginning to consider a little bit of a switch over to Intel for my next CPU. Now, Intel doesn't offer the upgrade path that AMD does, but in fairness, not exactly like I have that much of an upgrade path anyway, because I maxed out on the AM4. So, but I am kind of considering it. So, AMD does multi-threaded performance extremely well, but it's not multi-thread that I need. I need single-thread performance. That's where Intel does quite nicely at. That's where Intel does really nicely at. Alright. Fuel temp -7, we have to keep an eye on that. Just because of the extremely cold weather we've had here in Baltimore. Actually, I've been told that we're about to set a record for coldest, for longest we've gone without getting above freezing. It's 14 days. We're currently on about day 10. So, and this is, we're not supposed to get above freezing until Tuesday. So, I've been told that we are about to break a record, which is fine with me. I don't care. I had to bike in the icy, snowy roads earlier to work, which is about a mile away, so it's not horrendously far. But I had a few of those moments that I thought, am I about to die? Right. That was fine. So, imagine that. Imagine having to bike home from work at night in the dark in minus 11, 12 degree weather. Unfortunately, that's all standard grade because I'm not the standard American. I am not the standard American. Alright, I'm currently estimating Heathrow with 17.6 tons of fuel on board, which gives me, roughly speaking, enough for about 30 to 40 minutes of holding, with 3 go-rounds in a pretty far away diversion, if necessary. If I'm not mistaken. So, we'll have to see how the frames hold up when we get to Heathrow. Usually my frames plummet through the roof. They absolutely plummet once you get to Heathrow. Alright. See if we can see Clark behind us. No, we can't. Not really. Alright. That's not bad. We could do better wing. We could have better wing views, I think. Any aviation-related news? Largest aircraft in the world makes final flight. I think that's whatever. I think that's not important. Microsoft admits Windows 11 is a broken mess and is genuinely planning to improve performance, reliability, and address bugs in coming months. Let's see. The president of Windows Devices said in a statement to Tom Warren of The Verge. Okay, Microsoft plans to address core issues coming to Windows 11. This process is internally swarming. Core issues include performance, dark mode, neglected parts of the OS, and File Explorer, among other buggy areas of Windows 11. The feedback we're receiving from our community of passionate customers and Windows insiders has been clear. We need to improve Windows in ways that are meaningful to people. Okay, trust is earned over time, and you're committed to building it back. With the Windows community, says Microsoft's Windows boss. Microsoft is doing a swarming effort. It's moving more engineers to Windows 11's biggest problems. Main goal is to fix the core stuff first. Performance, reliability, less lag, fewer bugs, fewer crashes. Okay, Microsoft says it'll spend the rest of the year tackling the pain points as people complain about, not just adding new features. It plans to fix long-standing basics that feel ignored, like dark mode issues and other outdated and neglected parts of the OS. It's meant to reduce the death by 1,000. I don't know what that is. Right, Microsoft is trying to rebuild trust. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So, we will see, Microsoft. We will see, because the other part of Windows that's been lacking in the nicest way possible has been Windows, or has been you guys forcing AI. So, but we will see. We will see. I do need to quickly put this in a message to work. Oh. Should I put on cleaning out the drains today? Didn't make the cut. Alright. And then I think I have a few shades I need to approve. Approvals. Nope. Nice. Alright, let's see here. What days do I think I can stream next week? Sunday night, Monday night, depending on what David does. If David flies in and out of the UK again, I'm kind of going to be not thrilled. Wednesday night, Thursday night, no. Friday night, maybe. Okay. And then, of course, Saturday night, probably. Yeah, I think what we're going to do for the next 2-3 weeks, roughly until Joanna gets back, is we're going to do plenty of Heathrow to Baltimore routes. And I think we might try to position some aircrafts. So I think there's a 772 at Singapore. I think we're going to try to bring that back at some point. Try to help out the VA a little. And then once Joanna gets back, we will begin the 50-state U.S. tour. So. All right. We are currently direct to Sudbury, which means our ETA at Sudbury is in just over an hour. We will end up. What I'm thinking is we will end up getting our oceanic clearance in maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, maybe. Got just over an hour before we have to have it quote unquote acquired. And Friday, I see you flying over to whatchamacallit, to Frankfurt. I see you flying over to Frankfurt, Fry. Alright. Ooh. Wait, what? Alright, let's see. Falcon 1, so... Ooh, this is interesting. So, looking for a Dreamliner. Right. And they said, keep in mind we have multiple dev teams and can work on multiple projects at the same time now. Ooh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Not yet. Okay. This was a while back. So, PMDG is apparently going to continue to work on the Dreamliner. Give him 3 years. That's what I'm thinking. Give PMDG 3 years. And you also give him an extra 5 to get the 777X out. Give them 5 beyond what Boeing already has. So. Alright. I have a bad cable right here for this panel. I have a bad cable. It's annoying. Actually, I wonder, is that the cable I have that has an extension on it? Standby one. No, it's not. It's not. Unfortunately, it's just a bad fucking cable. It's a really bad cable. That's all it is. Alright, everything so far, I don't want to jinx anything, but so far everything is going everything's going smoothly. Keyword being so far. Our ETA for Heathrow is 1308 Zulu. So that's not factoring in the Zurich. Damn, we're gonna end up holding. I can feel it now. I think we're gonna end up holding. I can feel it in my bones now. We're gonna end up being told to hold, and it'll end up being a busy arrival. That makes it fun. That also makes it a little stressful. What's that? My time? 8. Yeah, that seems about right. About 8. So seems about right. About another 5 hours to go. It is yeah. Yeah, this flight it feels slow. It's not slow though. Right. It feels like a slow flight, but I mean I've sat in the real thing and I've done this. Just sit here quite a few times now. Or I've done this. I've just sat here a few times now, and done this route, but in real life, I've also sat. I've also just sat there, in the aisle, and enjoyed the flight. All right, I didn't use the thing at all. Right, the most recent time I went, which was actually in this exact aircraft that we're flying right now, the 777-200. Wrong registration though. It was Golf Mike Romeo. It was Golf Yankee Mike Romeo. So the one of the triples with the one world livery on it. The most recent time that I went though, I sat in the aisle. I had my aisle seat. I just sat there. Pretty much the entire time. I didn't really do anything. Didn't load up the iPad, even though I brought it with me. Didn't really use my phone that much. No, I just sat there. Didn't watch a movie at all. Kind of just sat there. Didn't really get any sleep. It was actually kind of relaxing. It's kind of relaxing, actually. I kind of enjoyed it. So, but then I'm also one of those I'm also one of those people who you put on an aircraft, right, to go to, let's say, Germany for a week. I'm gonna enjoy the highlight of my trip is gonna be sitting on the aircraft. So. Yeah, I don't really like vacations that much. And I like getting away from home, but I mean, just the stress and planning of everything. I find that I find the aircraft to be the fun part about going away. Which is weird. So I find that a little weird. Alright, time 9:08. We have 1 hour until we go to get our oceanic clearance. And I don't think the oceanic controller is going to hop online. But I don't know. But just looking at how few flights are crossing the Atlantic, don't think that many are going to hop on. I don't think we're going to get any oceanic controller. But if you were to get an oceanic controller, what you do is you tell them your SoCal, and you request a SoCal check, and then usually they hop off the line and don't issue SoCal checks to everyone, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. So But remember, it'll usually be one controller. So if they're online, what do you do? If they come online, you request a cell cal check, and then you'll get a little ping in vPilot if you have your cell cal set up correctly. Once that ping comes across, you tell them Callsign cell cal received, right? And then you get to take off your headset and not monitor advisory. You remain on what's known as cell cal watch, which essentially means you listen for the ding. You get to do whatever you want to do. You can walk around your room, right? You can hop on a work meeting, right? You can do it. You can fold your laundry, right? You can watch them. You can watch a movie, right? You're just listening out for the ding, and yeah. And when you hear the ding, now you know ATC wants to speak to you, and boom. So it's actually quite handy. Now, if you're doing it wrong like me, you'll have already taken off your headset. But I'm also keeping an eye out for traffic and no conflicts so far. It's your ETA 916. Tell you what, I'm in that window now. Actually, I'll wait 10 minutes. I'm almost in that. I'm in that window now where I could get the clearance if I wanted to, and I've been fine. But I'll wait for you to get. I'll wait for your ETA to get within the hour. Or yeah. I recommend doing it always within an hour, within around the 30 to 45 minute mark. Getting it as early as an hour. And the reason for that is because stuff can change. The weather can change. Your ETA can change for that waypoint. Right. You do it 90 minutes out. Chances are it's going to change by 5 minutes or more. You do it. Right, but if you do it within 30 to 60 minutes, it'll do it just right. Your ETA for that waypoint will remain fine, and yeah. And then today actually is going to take us a little longer than usual to cross the ocean, because we get to go down. We're going down through the south of Heathrow, or through the south of London. Usually, I end up going through the north and descending via the Newcra, but today we'll be descending via the Syric. Unless I look at the winds and weather and decide to do a bit of a route change. But I'm looking at it now and I'm not seeing anything. So, our oceanic entry. Actually, let's go ahead and get that oceanic clearance now, actually. So, alright, so we are within the window. So, nattrack.vatsim.net, request clearance. Put in your maximum. I'm going to request 390. Because I'm going to step climb right before we go oceanic. Right now, I'll take a max of, right now I'll file for, right now I'll file with a max of 3.9, but we'll probably end up going above that. Right now I'm going an econ speed of Mach decimal 8.2. That's my cruising speed. So I'll go 0.83 once we go oceanic. So it'll be 0.83. It's not decimals. It won't be decimals. Right. It'll be in the form of 0.83, and that's because we have a lot of Concords on the VATSIM. All right. Then the nat track. So the route. Look at sim brief. You can also just match the waypoints. Right. So SimBrief says we're on uniform. Right. Another way you could do it is look in your FMC and just match the two edge waypoints. So we're Supri, then L-Sox or denim, right? That's another completely acceptable option. 9.999 times out of 10, it'll be the same. So, and we are on track uniform. Now, in terms of our oceanic entry, Gander is the sector. Right, if we had ATC right now, we'd be entering in at Gander. Currently, I'm estimating 908. That hasn't changed for quite some time. So I'll put it in 0908. So for you, Clark, it would be 0916. Right. And then the metadata, so it's at the top of the page here. Currently it's 30. And then the free text, I usually put my cell cal in the free text. Just put cell cal / and mine is Mike Bravo Echo Hotel. So. Right, and just verify everything's correct. Now, if for some reason you didn't have a routing, a NAT track, which does happen, right? Such as if you wanted to go, usually it happens when you tell some brief, I don't like that route, or sorry, I don't like that route, and you have to go, and it gives you what's known as a random route. That's fine. It's completely fine. Just it'll be random routing, requested random routing, and then just put as filed. Completely acceptable. Right. Submit oceanic clearance request, and if there's no oceanic controller, that's all you have to do. If there is an oceanic controller, well, you'll get a message back. So, this thing also, the NatTrack website may also ask you for notifications. I recommend you allow it. So. Looks like it might be a bit of a wet arrival into Heathrow. I don't know. It looks like it might be. Once you have that, you have your oceanic clearance. Just note, if your estimated entry time changes of 5 minutes or more, you have to notify new entry time, put in your new time, and then submit. So, and remember, you cannot do this any less than 15 minutes before. So, all right. They will never make you hold for it, but they will kind of get on your case and be like, you never filed for an oceanic clearance. Please keep in mind you have to file for an oceanic clearance. And then once we go oceanic, write down the squawk code. Right, so our squawk code is 6544. Write it down because once we go oceanic, squawk 2000. Squawk 2000 for oceanic. Always. And I don't know the exact reasoning behind that, but it is always squawk 2000 for oceanic. I think tonight I'm gonna film the 777 guide. I'm gonna film the guide on the FMC. And then maybe even the startup procedure. Nice fry. The fry, you are a little close to getting your clearance. Maybe. Okay, you should be fine. So, should be fine. I do it. They recommend 30 minutes. I recommend 30 to 60, around the 45 mark. Just so you don't forget about it, and so if you remember, you're not screwed. So. there's a UPS 11, an MD 11 going to Cologne. Yeah, UPS is retiring those. And apparently FedEx may or may not be considering the same, but 28 minutes, that's not bad. You're going more north, so that that waypoint's a little longer than ours. So we get to go longer across the ocean. You're on a different route than us. At least I think you are. Yeah, you definitely are. Which kind of makes sense. You're going out to a farther away airport. You're going to London Heathrow. Airport that I absolutely love. Heathrow has the best arrival procedures. So just to say it, Heathrow has the best arrival procedures. They have the out of basically every airport, I think Heathrow has the nicest, cleanest, easiest arrival procedures. We're about to pass, or we are passing Halifax. I don't think you can see it though. Maybe we can a little. Right, in case of engine failure. What are we doing in case of engine failure? In case of engine failure, as right now, we will divert Airport Boston. In case of engine failure, once we go oceanic, we will divert actually to Boston again. Actually, no. We divert to Munton in case of engine failure. Fuel temp minus 9 degrees centigrade. We have an issue if it gets down to minus 30. That has brought down aircrafts in the past. Fortunately, stuff has been redesigned since then. Current fuel is, we have 46 tons of fuel. Our current weight is 216.8. We are just above our maximum landing weight by about 8 tons. Which means by the time we go oceanic today, we will be well below our maximum landing weight. Today I do believe we have a full flight with us. Yep, we have a full flight, and actually we have full passengers today as well. Or full cargo. We are about to make the virtual airline loads of money. About to make the virtual airline, I want to say roughly speaking, about probably gonna be in the neighborhood of about 140 to 180, $140,000 to $180,000. So. By the way, I did get the final results from our from last night. It was an 8.82. We veered off the runway when I had the issue, and then it was like right after we had slowed down. It was like as we were slowing down, it's like boom, computer shut off. So, off-center line landing, which sad, but I mean it happens. I think that the off-center line landing had something to do with the issue. Anyway, 8.82, not great, not horrendous. I'm trying to maintain our type rating a bit more, and trying to get our rating up as well. Trying to get our rating up to a nice 9.8. I think is my goal. At least 9.7 is my goal, and I also don't want the red line when it comes to the type rating. Unfortunately, I get to do that. I get to stick with it, unfortunately. Hopefully, if we were to have a singular good landing into Heathrow, we will be fine. All we need is a good landing into Heathrow. Speaking of Heathrow, what is the current METAR? Current METAR for Heathrow, surface wind 120 degrees, 8 knots. Rain, broken 1.4, visibility 9999, broken 1.8. Temperature 6.6, QNH 9 or 8, 9, scattered 14. Okay, tempo, okay. Looks like it's going to be a 09 day, but we'll find out. We'll find out. There's still plenty of time for it to change, but I think it's going to be 09 left day. Alright. When's set climb? Set climb is at 9:33 Zulu. Oh, wait, what? I got for 908. Well, set climb in a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I also just generally prefer landing 27. 27 feels right. But I think it's going to be 09, to be honest. Now, Clark, out of curiosity, I need to ask this. Because will Heathrow on VATSIM ever land 09 right? Will they ever land 09 right, is the question. Because I have never, ever had Heathrow land 09 left. Or 09 right on VATSIM. At least when ATC is online. I have had Heathrow land 09 right. I have landed 09 right at Heathrow before. But I've never, in my year and a half of doing these flights weekly, I've never had 09 right arrival. Never. They can't really use 09 left for departure. That makes sense. Yeah, 09 left's missing one of the stars, isn't it? Or one of the SIDS. Yeah, isn't 09 like missing a Compton? Isn't 09 left missing one of the Comptons? I feel like 09 left is missing one of the Compton departures. I know one of the runways is missing the Compton. Unless they fixed it recently. Airline left doesn't have code F full length holdings. Fair. I think I know what you mean by that. I think I know it. If you look at a map at Heathrow, I think I know what you mean by that. Yeah, I do. I know what you mean by that. Yeah, if you look at all these other runways, it's like you have Alpha 3, Alpha 2, Alpha 1, you have November Bravo 2 Echo, or you have November 2 Echo, you have November 1, you have Alpha Whiskey 2, right? You have all these right there. Come over here. You have November Bravo 1-1. You have November Bravo 1-0. You have November Bravo 3 Echo, right? But then you come up here and your only options are Alpha Bravo 1-3 and Alpha Bravo 1-2. So no, Fry. That's not what you. That's not what it means. That's not what he means. What he means is right for 09 left. If you look here, right, you can have aircrafts for full length, right, which technically full length begins here. You have three full length holding points, right? Then for 27 left, you have at least 2, right? For 27 right, you have 3 right there. But for 09 left, you only have the 1. And everyone else will be intersection departure, which a lot of people don't do the calculations for. So yeah, link 57 is, there's not many. Yeah, I mean, what your only options? Alpha Bravo 1-3, and then Alpha Bravo 1-3 is like your only option. So, and then of course you have these guys wanting to push. You know that because you know someone's gonna spawn in right there. So, yeah, I understand it now. I don't know how they do it in real life. I have no clue how they do it in real life then. So, but imagine you have like 15 departures that you got to get out, right? You can tell. You can get. Whoever's holding, you can tell one go there, one hold short, right? Maybe another one hold go, right? You can have people lined up and ready to enter the runway as someone's departing, right? And you can have 3 of them at once. You can get like 1, 2, 3, right? Like this guy goes, then this guy, as aircraft are moving, right? So, but then over here, it's like boom, boom. I mean, it's not it's like you're kind of waiting for traffic. So, well, fair. Real life, it probably is easier because in real life they can in real life I suppose that they can like organize all the heavy departures at once, right? So, like you can get a stack of, let's say, 777s, blah blah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, in real life, I guess you can get like a stack of 777 departures, stack of heavies, and then a stack of like 737s and light aircrafts. Right. Rather on VATSIM, I guess it's not as easy because you can on VATSIM it's quite easy to have an A320 depart behind a 777 and then right. Because in real life, they actually care about wake turbulence. On VATSIM, it seems kind of like an area that we neglect quite often. So, yeah, it makes sense now why you never see Heathrow depart 09 left. Yeah, that does make sense. So. That makes a lot more sense now. But it does seem as if it'd be easier just be like easier on the tower controller workload, right? It does feel a little easier. So Good question. No clue. Trying to catch up a bit. Roger. Right now I'm going Mach 0.82, but I'm gonna increase to 8.3 once I go oceanic. So yeah, I have the. Well, actually, should I? No. Yeah, I'll increase to 0.83 because if I were to. Come back over here. If I were to increase to 8.3. 0.83. Right. Which is what I'm filed to do. That'll knock off a whopping 100 kilos of fuel. That is it. So, all right, what's our max now? I don't want to climb yet, but I need to climb within the next half an hour. So I need to do a step climb. Even though this says something different, this says we should do it after, but I was an idiot, so. Which is fine. It's okay to be an idiot on VATSIM as long as you don't interfere with other aircrafts. Ah, yeah, I see how you're catching up now. I see how you and I are catching up. Can I see you now? I might be able to. So, Clark, I'm gonna reserve a gate at Heathrow. I'm gonna reserve one of the, and then maybe you can get right next to me, assuming we make it that far. I'll communicate it and get a nice screenshot together. How about that? Get a nice screenshot. You know, I don't think David ever did delivery for the Dreamliners. Don't think he ever did deliveries for the Dreamliners. No, he didn't. So, yeah, I'll do it. I forget. There's no limit to. Oh, actually, I think there is. I think the limit's about an hour or two. I beg your pardon? I am flying on the VATSIM network. What speed am I? Right now I'm doing 0.82, but it'll be increased to 0.83 once I go oceanic. Right now I'm doing 0.823, so. But I filed for 0.83. So it's 0.83. I don't know what on earth that means by that, but you can clearly see it me on VATSIM. So, yeah, you can clearly see me on VATSIM. I think there probably is a limit to how far out in advance you can request to stand. The airfield is controlled by ground or higher. Go ahead and action enable those. Okay, I should probably look into this. So here, I assume this is all for Heathrow. Interesting. I'd assume Clark could know a bit more about this stuff here. Yeah, I don't know why it's being weird like this, because I think there must be a limit somewhere. So, there must be a limit. Speaking of, what is my status? I think it's 500 now. Last I checked. All good. I think it's 500. 503. That's what it is. 503. I need to work on that material. What's my status with the VAT UK pilot? 4 to 5. I feel like that's going down slower than the ratings. Oh, I have a Lego set I need in particular. Well, I bought in the Netherlands, actually. Yeah, that's something maybe I could do. It's a London bus, I think. By the way, everyone, when it comes to flying, or when it comes to getting in and out of Deutschland, take the fucking bus. Or don't take the bus. Don't take the bus. Take the fucking plane. Just take the fucking plane. Go get a plane. Plane's easier. I've had to get out of Deutschland. I've gotten out of Germany. But when I was over this summer, we took the train from Nuremberg to Amsterdam, and that was a regret. And I was really, really, really tempted to say, let's screw the Netherlands. We're gonna have to skip them out, right? I want a flight from Frankfurt to Schiphol at max. Maybe, right? I was really tempted. We were in Düsseldorf when I got this mad. I was ready to go up to the Eurowings person at Düsseldorf and be like, "Can I please? I would like 2 one-way tickets to London Heathrow." Right? I was done with the German trains. I mean, we had passed Düsseldorf a few times. We actually got stuck in Cologne for 2 hours. Right? And I knew. I was ready. It's like, I got to the point where if we had had an issue with making that train from Düsseldorf to or from Cologne to Schiphol, or not to Schiphol, to Amsterdam Central, I was at the point where I was going to get on a train, head to the Düsseldorf airport, and get a direct flight to Heathrow. no matter the cost. I was kind of done with the German trains. Anyway, if you need to go long distances in Germany, take the fucking planes. Don't take the trains. Fly in the air, not on the ground. So. Yeah, we had gotten stuck in Cologne for 2 fucking hours. Actually, I haven't had it. In case you guys don't believe me. Stand by one. I have the fucking tickets right here. The tickets that got us to Amsterdam. Right here. The 2 tickets that got us to Amsterdam. The 2 tickets that got us to Amsterdam. I kept these because this will be a story one day. It is a story. It is a story. Yeah, I do have a little box of Lego here that I can assemble at some point. Let me just log into my psychiatrist website and real quickly just to verify that. I don't have any paperwork that I have to do for them. I think I might. Yes, apparently I need a fucking FAA psychiatrist to get an FAA medical, which kind of makes sense, actually. No, not yet. Nothing yet. So, here, actually download. So, for those who don't know, I'm currently, a few months ago, I went to an FAA medical examiner. This is about a month and a half ago now. I went to an FAA medical examiner. And I had a class 3, I had a class 1 medical examination. And they had to defer. They had to defer it, unfortunately. And they had to defer it due to autism and then also eczema. Eczema, I think they'll be fine. But autism, they're sending me for a they're sending me for a neuropsychological evaluation for autism, which I've had to go through one before, and it's not fun. So, but anyway, I've had to go through a neuropsychological evaluation. Hey, Grumpy! We uninstall. Yeah, any shit. There's a reason that I uninstalled both my any aircrafts. Well, I do still have the A300. I don't fly it because I don't really know how to fly it, right? And because the A300 is really advanced, but the A300 or the A350 and the A340, right? The A340 I just didn't like hand flying, right? I thought the systems were a bit meh, but the A340, I just didn't like hand flying it. And I'm not saying that it wasn't realistic, but I just didn't enjoy hand flying it. I think that my issue with the A340 was just personal preference, really. He's flying a Dreamliner. He's flying a Dreamliner. And he's actually catching up to us. Can we see it now? I don't know if we can. He's flying the Dash 9. Not yet. So. But anyway, the A350, I uninstalled that one because I didn't really like flying it either. It wasn't necessarily the hand flying that threw me off, though it was kind of that. I just didn't like. I mean, the systems were slow and laggy. You know, it's like the reason that I uninstalled the A350 were very different reasons than for the reason that I uninstalled the 340. The 340 I just didn't like in general, so. Oh, yeah. No worries, Rump. So you can, I'm gonna test out the, one of these days I'm gonna test out the Horizon 787-9. See if it's any better, and I'll let you know. Because I know that you would fly on the Dreamliner. So. But on the bright side, Grumpy, my system appears to be stable. We'll find out as we descend into Heathrow, of course. But the system appears to be stable so far. Since I disabled this like weird curve optimizer in a Horizon Master. Right now I'm inclined to put all my issues on that. So, what's next across the pond? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I think it might be Sunday, I think. It might be Sunday. As in Sunday night. So, Sunday night, Monday morning. I think the plan for Saturday night. By the way, Grumpy, that right there was a chase plane issue, and that's the only issue I've had with the chase plane. I think Saturday night we're going to do some VFR flying with Seb in Honolulu. Or maybe not Honolulu, but one of the Hawaiian Islands. And then we'll probably do a few short hauls somewhere. Another tour around Europe might be nice. Maybe we'll go, maybe work on the within an hour Palladi, or maybe we'll work on the Northern Lights, actually. Now, this time of year would be a beautiful time to work on that. Then once Joanna gets back, we begin the USA 50 States tour. And that'll be fun. We are racing Joanna. So. Except Grumpy, Baltimore is not actually technically an A380 capable airport. Now, I have gotten an A380 out of Baltimore before, but the A380 technically isn't technically Baltimore is not capable of A380s, and I think it's a stand limitation because Baltimore only has a few heavy stands. So, with that said, though, I have gotten an A380 out of Baltimore plenty of times in the past with ease. The runway length is fine, right? And I've done it with air traffic control on, and they've told me Baltimore's not an A380 capable airport. But I have done it in the past, so no. I think it's. I don't think it's. Well, actually, I might have a screenshot somewhere. Actually, if we were to go back way in the channel, we've done it before. We've done it before on the channel in the fly-by-wire back in 2020. I think the echo scenes are just tad small for the A380. I think that I think it might also be a taxiway limitation as well. Let's see. You have to go back like 5 freaking months, 5-6 months at least. Let's see. I have it somewhere. There's one that we did somewhere. We did in the A380. There we go. I think I might have found it. It's been a very, very long time since you last flew that thing. That thing was fun to fly, though. Clark, you might want to just verify that that profile is actually there. It usually is. But I find that a lot of aircrafts don't actually... I find that a lot of aircrafts are weird with it, so... You're going to be able... I'll try to find a screenshot of the A380 at Baltimore. But the A380, I don't really consider... It's not technically Baltimore capable. Or, sorry, Baltimore's not technically capable of those things. Though I guess in an emergency they would be. But that makes sense. Yet, I don't have the Dulles scenery. I think I've been to Dulles once or twice in the sim, but or once or twice on VATSIM. But it's like, I'll take my home airport, thank you. I live about 20 minutes away from Baltimore, from BWI. Live about 20-30 minutes, depending on traffic. What is the link to book the stand? I'm surprised you don't know. The way I just do it is I search VAT UK in Google. I search VAT UK in Google, stand guide, and then request a stand. But it's weird though because it's being weird though because I'm very clearly on VATSIM. So I think we're just really early. I think I'm just really early for it. I think there must be like some kind of rule somewhere. It says you can't request it more than 2 hours. Grumpy should know. He was the one who told everyone about it. So. We could also do it over ACARS, I suppose. Well, maybe. Yeah, so remember how we ended the Around the World? I requested the stand from that. Picked it up for challenge in doing it. I understand. Well, I think I understand. Of course, you're the controller. I'm not. I'm in your extremely, extremely, extremely long and slow wait list. But though I say that, but then I feel like the pilot wait list is yeah, you sent me on a tour of Heathrow that one time. So, it was a very fun tour of Heathrow, if it wasn't for the frames. By the way, Clark, don't know if you can see the lights right there, kind of below the aircraft. Got you in sight now. I got you in sight. Why is my stick loose? Let me guess. Let me guess. Another 10 for you, Fry. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say another 10. Speaking of Dulles as well, last year I flew on an A380 to Dulles. On a British Airways A380. On my way back, so. Alright, 1 second. Let me grab a hex key or something. So. It's not. Oh dear. Was it a 0? Well, surely it wasn't a 0. Just gonna quickly. Let's see. 9.57. Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, you were a little late, but that's not bad. Flight delayed 4 minutes. I love that. Love it. No, I don't think I've ever had a single. Well, maybe I've had a few delays before. I'm quite good at not costing. I'm quite good at making money for the virtual airline. So. Oh dear! Oh, I just saw that landing. Oh, that's a crater. I hate to say it, man. That's a crater. By definition, or by my definition. Speaking of craters, let me put my tools back. Much more sturdy now. Let me put my. Nice. Yeah, speaking of craters, let me put my tools back, and then I'll go and update the landing score. But I'm gonna throw yesterday's under butter because of the issues. There's one worse than a crater. Alright, all good. All good. I'll let you know if a controller hops in line. And by the way, don't worry about squawking 2000. A lot of people forget it. Just do it whenever you can chance. Once you go oceanic, so. Is there worse than a crater? No, there isn't, unfortunately. There's not worse than a crater. Speaking of our landing score, let's take a look. I'm gonna put yesterday's under a. I'm gonna actually what was yesterday's? My flights. It was 8.82, but that's because we veered off the runway as the PC crashed. It was 142 feet per minute yesterday, which is beyond acceptable. That is beyond acceptable. That is by definition a butter right there. So I'll update that. Flight log. Baltimore, Heathrow. Sorry, actually it was Heathrow to Baltimore. Speedbird. 22 Bravo Heavy is what it was. It's butter. That was yesterday, so the 29th. B772. Crash. PC crash on touchdown. There we go. So what that means is our official landing score of the year so far. The official landing tracker in terms of New Sky flights is 17 butter, 13 solid, 7 dense, 7 craters. So, looking better. Beginning to look a little bit better. So, anything below about 230 feet per minute is what I consider to be a butter. But that doesn't mean that anything between like 300, between like 340, 350 and 230. That doesn't mean that those aren't good landings. Those are solid, good landings. And then dense, anything between like 400 and like 350. That's what I consider dense. And then anything above 400, maybe above 420 is a I'm sorry, I left the hole in the runway kind of moment. So. All right. Oh, I never. I did. Don't know why it's weird. So. All right. Let's see. We do need to get some good screenshots during this flight, by the way. I don't have any good screenshots of the. I have some good screenshots of the 772, but I don't have it in the BA form. So I have to make sure to grab those. On the right side, the PC is now gone 3.5, 4 hours without a crash. So, which is good. It's good. It's getting more stable. Yeah, the crashes I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The crashes I had yesterday, and the crashes I had yesterday were very, very, very much like they're very much hardware related. At least they felt hardware related, you know. Which led me to one conclusion only after I saw that CPU error. Something must still be enabled, and sure enough, it was. Curve fucking optimizer was still enabled. So that's that. I might enable the overclock on the graphics card again if this flight goes well. If this flight continues to go well, then I might enable the overclock on the graphics card, because especially driving into Heathrow, that might be handy. That might be really handy, especially arriving into Heathrow. Alright. Let's see. Anything important that we have to keep in mind? We are about to, actually, we are entering into oceanic about now. So what that means is squawk 2000 for oceanic. Right, squawk 2000. Let's go ahead and do our step climb now, actually. I did it wrong. Oh, whatever. Just have to reflash the flight director right there. Restrict the VNAV system, and then we have to. Then I'm gonna go at speed 8.3. Nope. Erase. Decimal 8.30. All right. Traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, step climb now, flight level 390 from 370, traffic. By the way, Fry, yeah, I think it was you. Bad cable on the microphone, I think, was the issue with all my USB issues. I'm gonna say that whilst also acknowledging that I'm running today without this half here plugged into my little control unit here. So I say that whilst acknowledging that. So. All right. Okay, let's see. Is the U.S. government going to reopen? Or is it going to... Sorry, is it going to shut down tonight? Unclear how quickly the House can and will. It's ridiculous that they reached a deal. It really is ridiculous. I'm sorry, it's ridiculous that they reached a deal that bound down to the fucker. One of the ways, I'm going to get really political here. One of the ways that the Democrats can have leverage here is ICE. They're all federal agents. They will not get paid unless the government is open. Right? Now they'll get back paid, but they won't get paid until the government reopens. If the government were to shut down, right, their paychecks get paused. But they'll get back paid, but still. Still. Not exactly thrilling. Right. Anyway, Democrats, if they were to shut down the government for, let's say, the next 3 months. Your stream is very jumpy. Yeah, that's a chase plane issue. That's a chase plane issue, Grumpy. And I don't know what the issue is, but it's the only issue I've had with the chase plane. It's the only issue. So, it's the only issue I've had with the chase plane. Right, it gets a little jumpy at times, but that's fine. I can live with that. The touchdowns and the landings are better. Yeah, I'm really hungry, and I just ate not too long ago. No, actually, it's been 10 hours since I last ate. Alright. Let's see. Fuel temp minus 10. We are direct to our first oceanic waypoint. Our squawk is 2000. No, I tend to like chase plane, actually, especially in the heaviest, especially in the triplet. It does make a significant difference. You can tune down the settings, so. I don't know what you and David are running, but chase plane has been really solid for me. Right. Preferences. So. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, I really don't know. Well, it is also remember. You also have to remember experimental. So, but I know that you and David use some form of pop-up manager for your displays, and I don't have that. Don't really have a desire to have a thing, but I mean, I understand that you guys do. So. My only issue with the chase plane's been the bumpy part of it, and that's gotten less. It's gotten less. It's just a little annoying at small times, but I haven't had any issues on approach yet or during the critical phases. So, but it does add, at least in my opinion, a massive amount of immersion. At least in my opinion, to the sim. At least in my opinion. So. Grumpy, are you flying anywhere right now? Let's see. Oh, we got tower online. Oh, it's Mr. Cardiff. It's Mr. Cardiff. Arrival. Yeah, 09 left. I think it's going to be 09 left as well. I think it's going to end up being 09 left, unfortunately, for arrival. 09 left is fine, but I mean, I'd prefer 27. Holy shit, Prague's online. Prague's online for the first time ever. Let's see. Manchester is online. I think we're going to have some holding to do at Heathrow. It'll be a 1 o'clock local arrival. Probably going to have at least some holding at Heathrow. At the bare minimum, probably 2-3 orbits. Or maybe 1 or 2. Probably be a busy arrival though. Which holding I'm fine with. I'm fine with holding. Actually, I have a saying. You're not arriving into Heathrow correctly if you're not holding. So you always hold at Heathrow. In your life, you always do. I've never been into Heathrow without at least 1 or 2 holds. Granted, I've only been into Heathrow a few times now. Today we are going to be on the Zurich 1 hotel arrival, which is kind of from the south. It's not my favorite arrival, especially for 09, but whatever. There you go, another shaky shake. Kind of annoying, but it's fine. What's the weather doing? Probably should have had that enabled. Oh, that's why. Passenger signs are on. Good. That's why. Oh dear. How far out did that go? As far as we can see. Shit. We are expecting some major turbulence during today's flight. Well, not some major one. We've got not some major, not major turbulence, but definitely some moderate. No chance to go around it either. No chance of going around it. That sucks. If only SimBrief could have given us a better route. Sorry, a better route. Alright. So, here's where we are. There is Clark right behind us. He's at 3.7, we're at 3.90 now. We do not have another step climb, which is weird. And our ETA for Heathrow is 13:07, so 3 and a bit hours left. 3 and a bit hours left. Yeah, I like Chase Plan. I like Chase Plan as well. Chase Plan is much fun. It adds immersion. It does. It adds immersion. So nice. Now, Clark, are you gonna do any kind of controlling while you're cruising? So I know that what's his face, London controller, usually does. It's been ages since I last saw any content from London controller. It's been ages since I last heard saw any content from London controller. We might be getting, by the way, Clark, I think we're getting the oceanic controller. So you have to tune in 131.900. Just follow after me. I'm gonna overlay vPilot real quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and put vPilot. They're gone. Watch them to be doing the same shit that they were doing the other day. They might be doing the same shit they did the other day. Or yesterday. Constant connect, reconnect. Connect, reconnect. Because they're gone again. So yeah, that kind of pissed me off yesterday. Just the overall confusion of the whole situation. So if they continue to do this, I may or may not make a complaint. I wonder if it's the same person as yesterday as well. to wonder. Could it be the same person? They did it yesterday, and it was quite annoying. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain speaking. In a few moments, we will probably be flying through some light to moderate turbulence. We kindly ask everyone to take their seats at this time and fasten it. Make sure that their seatbelts are fastened. Thank you. It was kind of annoying yesterday when they kept being online or not offline. It's like just long enough for it to show up in VATSIM radar as well. Just long enough for you to think, oh, we have a controller coming online. And then they disconnect. Very, very annoying. Actually, unbelievably so. So, just keep that in mind. Then also keep in mind that some of these controllers for Oceanic kind of suck. They kind of barely know how to do their job. Nice, I'm up to 11. I'm up to almost 11,500 hours on VATSIM. Actually, I will be there after this flight. Alright, so in case we get a controller, which we might, okay, it'll be under NAT underscore FSS, right? What we'll do is we'll call up request to sell cal check, and then we will repeat and then we'll wait for the response. Sometimes they have it in their system, other times they don't. We will, if they ask for it, we will go ahead and say our cell count. Mine is Mike Bravo Echo Hotel. I sent you yours. So, yeah, Gander did just flash online. See. Nice big engines, Fry. Nice big engines. Yeah, I do miss flying the A380. It's just that I don't have one I can actually fly in 2024. I don't have 2020 installed on the computer anymore. Blame, whatchamacallit? Blame fall by wire. Alright. Yeah, but they added support for 2024, but then it was like a massive no-go for me because it used up all my VRAM. That's the issue. That's the issue that I found with the A380. Right? They might have added support for 2024, but at least the last I checked it, probably about a month ago, it was still kinda unusable. So, I mean, at least that's what I thought. At least that's what I thought. I mean, even in 2020, I had to make my own profile, my own graphics profile for the A380 whenever I wanted to fly it because it was so heavy on performance. You know? I mean, it was kind of annoying. Right? But I mean, even in 2020, I found that thing to be laggy as fuck. So, well, you have your settings all the way tuned down. That's the reason why you're at like your lowest possible settings. Good. Yeah, mine's working fine as well. I find their software to be a little basic, but I mean, their software works. I can't complain with it being basic and working. I don't know how on earth they managed to swing that grumpy. It took them 3.5 weeks for me to get my for me to get my panel. I ordered it on the 28th of December. So you're running medium to high. Surely you're running auto FPS. And surely you're running DLSS and all the other junk. DLSS and FrameGen. To be clear, FrameGen does not give you real frames. Right? I choose to run FrameGen, but I know what it is, and I'd rather have the fake frames, the fake smoothing out the frames than have the lying frames. It does make the experience much better. So, you don't know what DLSS is? Okay, DLSS it's very complicated. Grumpy can explain it better than I can. Right. But I am using FrameGen. Just to be crystal clear, I do use FrameGen. That's a relatively new change I made. But look at how many frames we're getting now. In the hundreds. So, yeah, David absolutely hates it. I'd rather find, yeah, and I know that others hate it, right? I know that Joanna's not a big fan of it. I know that, right? But I think I'd rather have the smoother. I find it to be quite beneficial for me, right? I find it to be I find it to. I mean, they might be fake frames, but especially on approach, I'd rather have the fake frames than not have them at all. That definitely smooths things out for me. Definitely smooths the frames out, especially on approach. Now this will be my first time using FrameGen into Heathrow, and if Heathrow is the way I'm expecting it to be, it might be better for us to Cat 3 the landing if A, the rain continues, and B, if the frames plummet. Which I'm expecting to plummet, just to be crystal clear. I'm expecting the frames to plummet. I'm expecting VRAM usage to go through the literal roof. And I'm expecting main thread usage to go through the roof as well. Because it's AnyBuilds Heathrow. On VATSIM when it's busy. During the middle of the day. Very much expecting frames at Heathrow to plummet. ETA for Heathrow currently 13:07. 13:07 Zulu. It's about... Yep. 13:07 Zulu. So that's, what? 3.5 hours out? Something like that? So. Damn. Damn, Fry. Oh. I wonder, Fry, with your laptop, I have to wonder if the reason that you're able to run so well is because of your Intel processor. i7-12650H. I have to wonder that. So. Oh, Clark, this is going to be absolutely gorgeous. This is going to be absolutely gorgeous. Especially if you look at it from like a wing view or something. Let's get on the AirNott Discord. A lot of bickering back and forth between Linus and Stefan. Invoice. Oh, Clark, you missed out on a massive treat on the edge of the pole to pole. Here I do have some screenshots that I'll happily show you, Clark. I have some absolutely stunning screenshots. It was Grumpy's idea, and he gets credit where credit's due. It was kind of gorgeous. Yeah, this is like the view I got of from Grumpy's standpoint. Yeah, absolutely stunning arrival. That's one of the good ones right there. As we were descending into an airport I cannot remember how to pronounce. It was absolutely stunning. Kind of regretting not getting more. So. Yeah. Yeah, that approach was incredible, Grumpy. That approach was incredible. Your Shire, I think is the way you pronounce that. Or Shire. Yeah. You know, that's... Shire. Yeah. There's a lot of these little fights that I feel like I might redo because some of them were absolutely stunning. Just... What do you mean, Jess? 597? Yeah, no, that approach was yeah, Grumpy, you're gonna get some. Yeah, Grumpy, you get some credit for that. So I'm just trying to figure out what Clark's trying to say. Just a little more. Oh, ground speed. I know it. Oh. Oh, ground speed. Yeah, remember, you don't want to use up all your fuel, though. Don't want to use up all your fuel, especially with the time that we're going to be arriving into Heathrow. Heathrow arrival. I'm expecting to hold. I don't really see any way that we're not going to hold. Well, maybe I do, but I'm expecting to hold. So 600 knot ground speed. I'm only doing 586 on the ground speed. 586 is what I'm doing on the ground speed. But I'm also actually, can I increase to 8.4? If there's no control on that, I'm gonna increase to 8.4. Usually I cruise at Mach 8.4. Keyword being usually. I don't know if anyone just saw that, but I did have a little bit of artifacts from the screenshots. I am looking fry. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, you might want to look into upgrading, your memory. I know that it's kind of hard to find right now, but yeah, you might want to look into that. For reference, Fry is using basically all of his memory. Now, I have 32 gigs here, and it may be DDR4, but DDR4 is fine. DDR4 is fine. I mean, I don't need DDR5 yet. Not that I have a CPU that supports it. Not that I really have a CPU that supports DDR5. I don't. Yeah, except I don't have Discord. I have Discord up on this. I have Discord up on this. I don't have Discord up on my PC right now. And Discord takes up so much RAM. I don't really want to open it. Speaking of memory, speaking of performance, actually. Oh. There we go. No oppose. All good. All good. Just a little mistake. Now that I'm looking in here, we're gonna have a PC crash, and I just know it. In memory, I'm using roughly 19 gigs of my 32. So, of course, now that we're looking at the figures, we're gonna have a PC crash. I'm gonna have to reinstall Windows, which, just to be crystal clear, I'm at the stage where any more issues, and I'm reinstalling Windows, and I'll have to reinstall everything else as well. But just to make that crystal clear now. Don't think we need to though. I don't think we better need to reinstall Windows. At least I hope not. Because that'll take a day and a half. Well, it might only take a day. The last time I had to reinstall Windows, it took 2. But that's also because I had SSD issues. And I'm still booting with a SATA drive. I'm not switching back to NVMe for when it comes to boot drives for Windows. And the reason that I'm not switching back is Windows or Microsoft's been kinda shady about supporting NVMe, right? So they still don't ever really recommend NVMe, and they have broken a lot of NVMe stuff in the past, including my SSD, right? And so it's like, I'm sorry, I'll just take SATA, and the performance increase difference, it's marginal compared to the extra reliability, at least with my experience. I've done either SATA or NVMe my entire life when it comes to drives. When it comes to boot drives, there's no I can't tell a difference. So I'll just stick with the NVMe. Sorry, I'll just stick with SATA for now. And when Microsoft comes out and says that they will officially stop having issues with NVMe, then I will switch. Then maybe I'll switch back to NVMe. But until that point happens, not really. The other factor that made me switch is because I have two 1 terabyte SATA drives in here, and I only and my NVMe boot drive, my old boot drive was only 500 gigs. So don't really need the stuff either. So I mean, sorry, I kind of need the extra storage was kind of handy. All right, should I dare? I do have a Guinness in there. I do have a Guinness in my fridge. Might crack it open. Oh, now look at that wing view. Look at that wing view. Yeah, that'd be almost so perfect. It'd be almost so perfect if I could get the logo to actually show reasonably well. Let's see. Yeah, that's a nice wing view. Yeah. I don't think I've done 600 knots yet on the. But then you're flying a Dreamliner, so you can go a little faster than I can. I've been told that the Dreamliner is the Ferrari of aircrafts. So, which kind of makes sense. You know, I'm looking forward to the 777X. I'm really looking forward to that thing. And not just because I love the 777, but the way that they're doing the 777X, it really makes me think that Boeing still has a future. Just in the sense of they are making it the same type rating. Anyone who flies the 777, or sorry, anyone who flies the Dreamliner will share the 777X type rating. For probably one of those iPad courses, right? I mean, they probably learn they need to probably not just have an iPad course on it, but maybe have a full sim training course. But once you get like that 777X type rating, I think it'll be really easy just to send someone to like a sim for a day or two and be fine with the 777X. That's going to help out a lot of airlines. Yeah, that's going to help out a massive amount of airlines. really want to start the kettle in case what I had was a power issue yesterday, but I don't think it was a power issue. Screw it. I'm gonna crack this Guinness open. Oh, good Guinness. I absolutely love Guinness. Guinness, good. Cup of Phoenix, fly the Guinness, cup of Phoenix, something like that. What was that saying that we developed, Jonah and Grumpy? Glass of Phoenix, or you drink the Phoenix, you fly the Guinness, drink the Phoenix. Something like that. Wasn't that the saying? Don't worry, Clark. It'll get even more beautiful than this. It'll get even more beautiful than this. Trust me when I say that. Yo, Yankee Mike Sierra. Actually, is that the one I have? Is that the photo that's on the channel? I don't think it is. I think the one I have on the channel is the Juliet one. By the way, that photo that I use, that was a photo taken by me. That photo was taken by me at Baltimore. So. YouTube streaming, I just put in general. I will have to watch it then. Most realistic desktop A320 I've flown. TELUS A320 Neo X-Plane 12. You think one of the things I might do next week is I might purchase X-Plane plus maybe Heathrow and maybe a 772. So that's singular airport, the game, and then or the sim and the plane, and I might see how it is. Right, if I were to limit myself to just those three things. Right, that might not be a bad idea. Especially if I want to switch over to Linux, which I have used Linux in the past. It's been a solid minute, but switching over to Linux would be fun again. Well, but then the news guy, I say that, but then news guy doesn't do Linux. So. Oh, nice, Clark. 602 knots. Yeah. Yeah. So it takes an extra hour at least to fly the opposite direction, and that's because of all the winds. Usually, it's pretty strong tailwind when you're going over to Heathrow. Usually it's a pretty strong headwind going from. I think the fastest that I've done this flight in has been... Yeah, I think the fastest that I've done this flight in has been about 6 hours. And that's about... but then I think... then I remember one time it took me, like... Oh, I don't know. I think it's like a whole 9, almost 10 hours to get the opposite direction. I was like kind of ready to use Time Excel then. So. This Guinness is quite good. The saying is what? Fly the Phoenix, or it's fly the Guinness, drink the Phoenix, something like that. The Phoenix is a really good aircraft. Though, I'm going to say that while also acknowledging that the Neo update, which I am going to purchase, is not going to be free. At least, I will pay them to have it. Let's see, any update on that? I think they probably posted something recently that I missed. Hey, Grumpy, any update? Do you know of any updates on the Phoenix Neos? I'm just curious. Grumpy would know more about the Phoenix than I do. About the Neos. Let's see. FAQ. When is the next big update, or when is the next update being released? When are the Neos? Okay. We don't provide timelines due to ever-changing nature of software. You don't think before Easter? Maybe from the second quarter? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Phoenix is really, really slow. But they do everything right. Actually, it's funny we say this because when I was... With the crash I had at midnight, which now we've been almost 5 hours without the crash. So fingers crossed, everything stays the way it is. When I had the crash earlier, I was watching a video on PMDG. So yeah, I was watching a video on the PMDG and on the 737, right? And Clark, I am 390. I'm 390, not 37 anymore. But I mean, so it turns out that PMDG literally, and I'm kind of pissed at them for this. PMDG lied to everyone. What they did was they literally ported the 2020 737 whilst saying that they were rebuilding it from the ground up. Yeah, they said that they were rebuilding it from the ground up, and someone went out and was like, "This doesn't feel different, right?" And someone went out there, and they investigated the actual code of the whole project. And what they found was that they ported the whole thing and made some changes. Right. They did not rebuild it, quote unquote, from the ground up. And so right now, PMDG is kind of in some trouble for that, because I feel like we waited 13 months for an aircraft, for an aircraft that they ended up just porting, you know, and I kind of feel ashamed of them. Shame on them. Really, really significant shame on them as well. You know? I kind of feel like they kind of lied to us. Which they did, right? Rebuilding an aircraft from the ground up does not mean taking a few parts and rebuilding and reprogramming a few parts. It means demolishing the foundation, hauling it away, starting from a fresh new foundation, right? I mean, you might reuse some of the old wood, but you're apparently like 99% of the code was exactly the same as in 2020. So, yeah, we were kind of all lied to. Which is very, very sad. It's very, very sad to see PMDG go down that route. Right. So, anyway. Yeah, PMDG needs to respond. Needs to, I think at the bare minimum, in order to rectify the situation, I think at the bare minimum, what they should do is come out, acknowledge that they made a mistake, and offer everyone who owns the 737 for 2024 one of the other three that they're working on. So right now they have the Dash 800 out, right? I'd love to have the I'd love to maybe have the Dash 900 for the 737, or the Dash 700, or even the Dash 600, right? But really, PMDG, I think you know better. So it's like, in order to rectify the situation, that's like the least I'd expect. But of course, the most ideal situation would be to acknowledge that they lied to everyone and to come out and give everyone refunds. At least that's what I think they should do. So, I mean, there are improvements though. There are definite improvements. They definitely did improve the sound quality, right? So. Where are you flying to now? Back in the Phoenix? Let's see. Ah, yeah, I see you now. I see you. I forgot you're going from Istanbul to Gatwick. Yeah. How on earth does what the hell? I have no clue what on earth Chase Plane just did there. How on earth does the VAT UK have more people online than Germany? How on earth is that possible? Right. How on earth is it possible? How on earth is that possible for Frankfurt's online now. It is. I've never seen VAT UK have more people online than Germany. I've never seen that happen. Holy. It must really be raining in Heathrow then. Yeah, they're gonna be offline by the time we get there. I can guarantee it, or at least there'll be a controller swap. What are the updated winds? Let's see updated meter. 160 degrees, 7 knots now. Still tempo, but that's still 09 though. Technically, might be a crosswind landing. Yeah, they're still using 09 left, aren't they? I'm hoping for a 28 arrival, or for a 27 left or 27 right arrival. Exactly. I want a 27 left or right arrival in Heathrow. I don't think it's going to happen. Unfortunately. I'm doing this because I feel like my frame's just plummeted. I can't tell. Yeah, right? It's like, there's always something in Germany. There's always something. Display FPS. Yeah, my frames are taking a small hit. They're taking a small hit. Main thread's getting, well, actually it's doing about average today. Not bad for the frames. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. It's in Discord. So today, I've not had a single USB disconnect. Not a single USB disconnect today. Which makes me think it was the stupid bad cable here. Which I still haven't fully unplugged because it's zip tied. This bad cable caused all my frustration with USB issues. Now I also say that while also acknowledging that my MCDU and my light panel here for the bus is not on and is disconnected. And the reason that it's disconnected is because I thought earlier that maybe my issues yesterday were USB short, but that wouldn't explain why I would do it 3 times. So, by the way, Grumpy, I don't know if you saw, but there's new firmware out for the MCDU and the throttles. The main difference is now that they're actually advertising Wing Control or Wing Central or whatever they're calling their new company. .52 frames per second. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good over 8. Yeah, 8. Yeah, 52 frames is good compared to your barely 8. Yeah, and any is really shit, guys. I really want to buy their. So Any's going to come out with an A380 here soon. I really want to buy it, but at the same time, I cannot get the past every single issue I've had with any aircraft in a while. Right. I cannot get past every single issue that I've had with any builds aircraft. So far, out of the 3 that I have installed, one of them is too advanced to fly, which maybe we'll change that someday. I have the A300. The other 2 I have uninstalled because they're shit. Like the A340, I don't think that's that shit, but yeah, I just don't like the way that thing can fly. Nice fry, nice. Fries in front of us flying an A380 over to Frankfurt. But I mean, maybe we'll try out the 300 again one of these days. Nice. What am I doing on the ground speed? I'm doing 578 now for the ground. Just be careful. I don't want you coming up on my TCAS. See how close are we right now? I might actually be able to see you. Can I? Not quite. Don't think I can see it quite yet. Wonder if you're in the clouds more than I am. This cloud layer is quite high. Is it really 40 miles? 40 miles, that's VATSIM radar said like is it really 40 miles? So oh yeah, I see you now. I gotcha. 40 miles. So yeah, I will say that is another nice thing about the Dreamliner that I do kind of miss. In the Dreamliner, you have a you can go as little or as much range as you want. In the triple, you have 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, 320, and 640. You don't. Rather, in the Dreamliner, you can do half a mile range if you wanted. Actually, kind of helpful for ground, for moving on the ground. Yeah, that is the only thing that I miss from the A340, or from the A350. The A350, you have the you can overlay the charts. If you zoom in, far enough on the A340, you can zoom in on the charts. Kind of helpful for taxiing. But if you have the charts up next to you, you should be fine as well. So. Yeah, the A350, it's not a bad aircraft, but the way that any builds did it, something was wrong with it, and I just didn't like it, and for that reason I couldn't use it. It's like, why? At the end of the whole thing, when I finally decided to uninstall it, the final decision that did it was, why should I fly? Why should I force myself to fly an aircraft that I'm not enjoying, that lags, that causes crashes? Right? Why should I force myself to fly it? Right. And the like final last leg for me to consider uninstalling it was, I put in a pilot waypoint, and then all the WASM crashed, and we were 2 hours into a 3-hour flight. We were about to begin descent, and it was on pole to pole, and I was like, at the end of that, I was just done. And he goes, you can have your stupid aircraft back, but until you guys improve it, I just can't fly it. Until you guys make it, until you guys fix the system issues, until you guys improve the reliability and the speed of the FMC, or whatever they call it in the A350, MCTU, I don't know. Until you guys improve the reliability of the whole aircraft, I can't. I'm sorry. Just no way that I can fly that thing. So, just space on the hard drive that I'd rather put towards X-Plane or something. Tried 5 reboots. Yeah. Yeah, Grumpy tried. By the way, guys, Grumpy tried his best to join us on today's flight, and that was the plan. The plan was to introduce Grumpy on oceanic procedures and all that stuff, but yeah, he tried. He tried hard. I mean, 5 reboots. So, 5 reboots and still the same thing. Just any being shit. Any builds being absolute dog shit. That's what it is. Yeah, like I said, there are reasons. I have my reasons for uninstalling both the 340 and the 350, and I really want that A380. I do want to begin to fly an A380 again, but I can't help shake this feeling. I can't help but shake this feeling that maybe if they were to bring out an A380, they might ruin that aircraft for me as well. It probably will not perform well at all. It'll probably be quite bad. At least if the A350 or in the 340s have anything to go on. The A340 was better than the 350. I just didn't like the 340. And with the Telus one coming out here soon, yeah. Actually, is there an update on the Telus one? It's been a few weeks since I last checked. Time for a brew. Nice. Maybe I'll go. I don't want to throw the kettle on in case what I had was a power issue, but I'm tempted to. I'll finish up my Guinness first. I'm almost done with it. answer. Yeah, I did. I did. 52 frames is a whole lot better than barely 8. So. There you go. There you go. I just put something on the Discord, and I'll just leave it at that with any builds. But I mean, I'll continue to talk about their stuff here. Get them their free advertising, them pieces of shit. But I can't help but shake this feeling that if I were to no, I was looking at the potential. I was looking to see if any news was out on the Tullus on the A340. I'm not seeing anything. It's been a few weeks since I last looked, but I'm not seeing anything. So, well, yeah, still not seeing anything for the Tullus. Yeah, I'm gonna purchase that Tullus one because I think that the Tullus one is gonna be a lot better than the any builds. I don't see how Tullus could mess it up. How Tullus and Aerosoft. I mean, Aerosoft is really good with textures, supposedly. Tullus really good with systems and system depth. I mean, there you go. You have the perfect dream team right there. Rather, any builds. It's as if any builds does a little bit of system depth, then kind of mucks it all up. Yeah, I uninstalled everything. Why are we? What the fuck happened? What? Did we just hit severe turbulence? Or did the live weather just have an issue? If that ruins my new sky score, I'm gonna be pissed. Hang on. I do have random failures enabled. You went wobbly as well. Why are we slowing down in our speed? Is my concern. And why are our engines not at the power I feel like they should be? Our fuel time's fine. Can't be fuel related. Yeah, I noticed that as well. I'm restarting the auto throttle system. See, but now we're going so slow that we're about to, Alright, time to focus up here for a second. Clark, what are you doing in terms of speed? You're leveled off now. You're still 600. Am I having a dual engine failure? Yeah, I have live weather as well. I just looked. I do have random. I do have some failures enabled though. Some random stuff. Let me just see if maybe one of them's enabled. Aircraft failures. None of them are active. But then we're about to go into the car speed plummeting. I know. That's what makes it even more bizarre. You have plenty of fuel. Here. Let's get into speed mode. No, I think the auto throttle system is just getting confused. Because notice how it's being weird. I do remember a troubleshooting technique that involved doing that. But I see an engine flash failure. Might have to reconnect from that soon. There we go. Yeah, that's so weird. So weird. See, are we gonna try now? VNav? The VNav makes the situation worse. Do continue try to get those engines up again. Maybe. Then I feel like I feel like it is though. Your winds are now 270 degrees 9. Or 270 degrees 90. What on earth is going on? I've never had this issue, and this is not. Just be crystal clear. This is not an issue with the triple. This is an issue with the Microsoft Flight Sim. Grumpy, any ideas? You probably experienced this more than I have. But then I also feel like the auto throttle system should be working a little bit better. What's maintenance looking like? Or not? Or yeah. What's maintenance? What's I mean, we are a little low on engine oil, but we're fine. I mean, we're in the yellow. I mean. All good. All good. Here's what I'll do for right now. Go off live weather. Okay. I'll go off live weather. Get up to a safe speed again. Yeah. This is a live weather issue. It's like I just noticed we descended a little bit, but I didn't think. No, I have it. And as soon as I thought we were gonna make it, let's see here. PMDG 777 auto throttle not working with live weather. Alright, well, for right now, okay, now I can confirm it's a live weather server. Now I can confirm it's a live weather server. Hopefully they get it back up within the next few minutes. Yeah, now I can confirm it's a live weather issue. Yeah, now I can confirm it's a live weather issue, unfortunately. Because the auto throttle is working fine, and I go back to live weather and it doesn't make a difference. Great. Great. Grumpy, what do we do in this situation when the live weather server has issues? This is my first time actually having issues with the live weather issue. I know he is. I know he is. Which is surprising. I'm supposed to be doing Mach decimal 8.4. But we don't have the tailwind because of live weather, so I guess it makes sense. Let me see if live weather's gonna work now. Nope. It's pulling down the engines. It's pulling down the engines again. And that's not up to date either, so. Nope. Yeah. Shit. Shit. Give 20 minutes. Alright. Yeah. Fryer, are you having the same issue by chance? I know that you're in Ohio. So I wonder if maybe you are on the same live weather server that I am. I mean, the nice thing, though, is that we are at a... I mean, right now the nice thing is that we're at cruise, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue. But, I mean, yeah. So, you're not having the same issue. Damn. And it's a good thing, but still, it's like... Expect it to be doing a little bit better. Either way, I know, right? Alright. I know, right? And the good thing is that I should be able to see better. And I can see straight down to the ocean now that I couldn't before. Yeah, I see you, Clark. I see you. So. Alright. You're about to zoom straight past us. What's our updated ETA? 1306 or 1308. All right. We'll try again in like 20 minutes. So there he is. He's actually zooming past us. Oh dear. Stay there. I'm trying to get a screenshot. Stay there. There we go. I got a screenshot. I got one. Alright. Yeah, Grumpy, do you know what to do in this situation? Other than wait 20 minutes, see if it works again? And we're only 3 hours out from Heathrow. Not even 2.5, so we kind of have to have everything working. Here, let me run to the restroom, then I'll quickly put it in the Discord. I have returned. Alright, we'll give it through 5:35. See if the weather comes back. If it's an issue with the sim, I'm gonna be pissed because I'm trying to get through a singular flight without having to go after New Sky. Yeah, Clark, you're now in front of me. There you are. There you are. Alright. Wait, let me see if it's gonna work now. It's trying to. I can see down there. Let me flash. both flight directors. It's trying to. No, this is an issue with live weather. This is an issue with the live weather because it should be showing the clouds as well, and it's not showing the clouds. So there goes live weather. Shit. On the bright side, that should mean that our approach into Heathrow should not be horrendous. So. In that case, Clark, you might want to slow down a little. I don't want to restart the sim, but I might have to. Oh, Linus is match meter manually. All right. For en route, I would probably predominant wind directions, magnitudes. Oh, great! I have no clue how to do that. All right. Gonna. AirNott 25 Charlie, slow down. Slow down, please. Yeah, annoying. Really, really, really annoying. I'll try again in like maybe 15-20 minutes again. So we'll try again at 6 or at 11. Let me see here. I wonder if the EFB is working either. Not really. Not really. On the bright side, the winds are moving in the direction I would like them. So. Nope. Wonder if there's something in the in this. No, turn that off, idiot. PMDG setup, options, simulation. Yeah, no, this is still very much an issue. Alright. Alright, let me look at the charts. Let me see if I can't try to get something out of this. Yeah, let me see if I can't try to get something out of this. wonder if Sinbrief would help me out here. No, I don't. I have no clue. I have no clue. Either way, this is a Microsoft Flight Sim weather issue. This is not PMDG. This is a Flight Simulator being stupid. So. No, theoretically we should be disconnected from VATSIM because theoretically live weather is required, but don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Is it working now? Not really. No, what I think's happening with the live weather is, I think it has the pressure right, but I don't think it has the winds right. Yeah. Live weather just going down though. Them fuckers. Damn it. Microsoft, can you please stop focusing on AI, please? Can you focus on making stuff actually work, please? Seems like that's all they do is break stuff now. Ask the people at Windows. All they've done is break stuff this year. They haven't fixed anything. Aside from the shit they already broke. So. Alright. I'm gonna work on the issue. Sorry, I'm just watching a video on how to how to get around it. Any success there? Nope. Nope. No, I think the live weather server is actually down. So. Annoying. Really, really, really annoying. What can I do about it right now? So. I'm an idiot. Did not mean to do that. Live weather off. Yeah, this Grumpy. Any more ideas other than keep rebooting live weather? Yeah, I wonder if it's an East Coast issue. Here, let me look. Let me see if anything is down right now. Microsoft. Down. Microsoft outages. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something to do with live weather and removing about 150 knots slower than Clark there. Let's see. Oh, great. Oh, great. Yep, there's a nice big hotspot over my zone. Microsoft 365 outage. Oh, great. There's a nice big spot over my zone right now. Great. There's a small one over Ohio, but not in the Columbus area, which would explain why Fry doesn't have any issues. And then this map only shows the U.S. and whatever, the U.S., Canada, North America. No, great. Try it again in a few moments. See if it comes back up. But we should be going about 600 knots. At least that's what Clark's doing. So. Oh, we got a cloud right there. So. That's weird. Then the auto throttle system not really working. But then it's like you can see it kind of trying to do it. Nice. Alright. I will advise him then that we do not have any, I may or may not have to advise him that we do not have any live weather. Car's going 564 on the ground speed. I'm going 481 headed. Hopefully it fixes itself by then. I don't think it's going to. Clark, what's your tailwind out of curiosity? Maybe this is a PMDG issue actually. You see how it's twitching like that? Maybe it is a PMDG issue actually. I'll give it a moment to see what happens. very least give me continuous climb for right now, just to keep the throttle up. Try to keep forcing something to work. Yeah, yeah. It's being weird. Wondering if this is more of a PMDG issue, less of a, I was trying to get through a single flight without any issues, but, that's not happening now, is it? Here, I'm gonna give it a moment. I'm gonna give it a moment, see if it fixes itself. It's acting as if it wants to. It's acting as if it wants to fix itself. You know, it's very much acting as if it's realized something's broken. So, good luck, Grumps. Good luck on the landing. Good luck on the ground. Good luck on the landing. Hopefully, this will be a no crater day. I need to try something. No, that didn't do anything. Oh wait, what? There we go. That did not do anything. Just did a disconnect, reconnect to Batsum. Alright, I'm gonna see. It is going up, so. Yeah, I know, but I think that might be the throttle, though. Reacting to live weather. But it's weird. It's being weird. So I am paying attention to those, but it's as if it wants to, but then I also can't ignore the fact that it's not showing any wind. So wonder if there's a setting here. Clark, what are you getting for winds right now? But then it's like when I switch back to this though, it's fine. When I switch back to live weather, it works fine though. That's the thing that that's the thing I don't understand. If you know what I mean. It's like when I switch back to live weather, it's fine. Or when I switch away from live weather, it's fine. So either I'm gonna give live weather a few minutes. See if remote server turned in error. 520. The stream's alright, correct? What we have another internet issue. Wonder if I'm having another internet issue. But yeah, no, when I switch out from live weather, it's fine, so. Which makes me think that it is a live weather issue. So, I mean, there's no other explanation, I think. Is it gonna do anything? Do something other than stay there. That's all I ask. Alright, I'm looking at paying attention to the engine parameters again. Clark, out of curiosity, are you getting anything good for weather? Yeah, no, it's doing it again. And it's... But this is a live weather issue. I can tell. Here, I'm gonna try something else that worked a little earlier. Alright, I'm gonna try something else that worked a little earlier. I'm gonna warn everyone now that the stream might disconnect. Alright. I wonder if that's gonna... What I just did there is I reconnected my Ethernet cable to my computer, trying to find out the internet issues on my end. I mean, I've been having a few internet issues recently. I'm looking to see if the situation improves. Nope. Nope. Alright, then we get just see it to go with it without live weather, and me in worst case scenario end up descending into Heathrow without approach or something. It's not an issue with PMDG, it's an issue with the live weather, I think, with it being consistent. I wonder. Let's see here. What are the winds supposed to be like? Okay, I want to try a descent, I think. Oh, no. I'll wait. Fry, any issues on your end with the live weather? And I know it's a live weather issue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering if Microsoft is currently having an outage right now because I just see a report saying stuck on 0% waiting for the authentication. That would put me at some more reassurance if Microsoft's having an outage right now. No, dear. Yeah, no, there's. There's a nice big hotspot of issues with Microsoft right now, according to Down Detector. So that's just great. Yep, spiking. Let's see. Microsoft gaming server services down. Xbox status. Yep, outage. 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 Okay, well, that's weird though. There is some kind of outage going on, by the way. So yeah. Alright. Outage reported at 6:02 p.m. That was roughly 7 minutes ago. Alright, well, I'm happy that it's not me. I'm happy it's not just me. Yeah. Yep. My weather's been down for Well, maybe it's not just me. It's there's an actual issue, by the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And now my... Uh-oh. Now I'm having internet issues again. Alright, now I'm having internet issues again. Great. No, great. That's just amazing. Bandwidth too low error. That's why I don't usually stream at 6:10 in the morning, by the way. Yeah, we'll try live weather again in a few moments. So, all right, connection unstable again. Alright, let me just put something in chat while I have the chance. Having some slight internet issues here. I'll wait another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll see if it's back up. Wonder if the internet issues are fixed now. It's still trying. It's still trying. It's trying still. Alright, I think the internet's back now. I think the internet's back. Yep. Alright. So we're gonna have to continue without live weather for right now, I think, because live weather is certainly down. And I think it's a Microsoft issue, not it appears to be a Microsoft issue, not a SIM issue. Microsoft, can you please start doing a good job at maintaining your shit, please? Thank you. Alright. I'm gonna land this best in... Alright. Alright. We got... I don't even know what our ETA is anymore. Estimating 13:14 Zulu, but if live weather's not working, it could be 3:30. It could be 3:30 in the afternoon. I have no clue what it's gonna be. I have no clue what our ETA is, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, everyone updated. Still got at least 2 hours left, so. I need to charge my phone in a bit as well. Yep, definitely some kind of issue going on. So, I'm gonna try it again now. Nope. Still not doing it. Still not. I mean, it's got pressure and whatnot, but I mean... Is it doing it now? Is it fixed? Nope. Nope. Certainly not fixed now. So, certainly not fixed. What are we looking like now for live weather? But I feel like the plane still should be doing something, though, because it's like... Alright, they're telling me to wait. For your problem, there is a server problem right now. I'd wait to see if your problem persists, and when the problems get solved, then report it again. Yep. All right. Yep. So I just got confirmation. There is a server issue problem right now. I'd wait and see if your problem persists when the current problems have been solved. Then report it again. Yeah. So, all right. Great. Clark, you're out of my range. You're out of my range, Clark. So, okay. Yeah, Clark's out of my range now. So, alright, we'll try this again, actually. That's what I'll do. No. So, Clark, are you still with us? Out of curiosity, I'm curious about your current tailwind. Because clearly you got a tailwind right now. I'm curious, Clark, if you could... I know, right? Actually, Fry, out of curiosity, what's your current winds? What are you getting in terms of winds right now? I just reached out to the support team, and they said there is an issue right now, so... For right now, I'll just preload it. Under, like, 0 wind. That's only 16.8 for fuel. That's very not good. All I wanted was a flight without any issues. And we failed. There's I found it right here. All right. Yeah, let's see. Let's see here. There you go, Clark. Yeah, Clark. Yeah, Clark. What are you showing for wins right now? so I can kind of match them up and begin to go reasonable ground speed. Right now I'm doing 484, which is nothing. So, but I also don't have any wind right now. See, we are at 390. Let's see here. If we're to put something at. If we were to put something there, and then maybe. What's 390? Right now we're heading 082, so 270. We'll add ourselves a. So Clark's going 3. Let's give ourselves an extra 26 knots on the ground. Give ourselves roughly 26 knots ground speed. See if we can't try to do that. Just manually add some wind. Hopefully that'll help. That's gets us 502. Let's try to match Clark. Clark's doing 534. Let's try to do 530. Let's try to match. Let's try to at least match what Clark's doing. And yeah, there is an issue with the server right now, according to whatever. So. Oh. Right, now we're doing a little faster. Now we're doing a little faster. You know, it's not necessarily live weather, but I mean, it's something. So. Oh dear. Uh-oh. And there goes my internet connection again. Oh, wait, is live weather back now? Is it back? Nope. Nope. Certainly is not back. Certainly it is not back. It is very gusty. Roger. Yeah, I'm at a loss here because, you know, yeah, right now the issue is not me, so. The issue's not me, so, I mean. Not much I can do. Not much I can do. So, I mean, aside from cruise very, very slowly across the Atlantic. Just absolutely love it when stuff breaks. First the computer, now leveler. So, yeah, but from my understanding, it's an issue. It's not an issue with Flight Sim though. It's an issue at Microsoft. There's an issue with Microsoft right now. Microsoft's broken yet another thing, guys. Microsoft is way too focused on AI and not so much focused on maintaining the products they have. EJT exceedance. Let me see if there's a way to fix that. Cancel that error. Yeah, Clark, what are you exactly showing when it comes to your wins? Because I'm just going to try to put it in right now. Yeah, I'm just going to try to put it in right now. Never happened before. I've never had an issue with the leveler. There goes the internet connection again. This week for Simi has just not been my week. First we crater it. Alright, this week for Simi has just not been my week. 293 at 35 gust or 35 gusting 60. Roger. Roger. Alright, I'm putting that in right now. So, yeah, I'm putting that in right now. And I can't wait to have Heathrow approach on and be like, I told you 380, I told you 280 knots, why are you doing 260 knots? Tell you what, a lot of weather's down and I blame Microsoft, but I'm not about to give up on a whole 6.5 hour long haul because of it. There you go. That's what I'll tell them. Maybe I'll try it out again in a moment. There's definitely an issue with live weather though. Is it fixed now? Is it fixed now? Is it fixed now? Because it... No, it's not. It's not fixed. There goes the internet connection again. Annoying. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really tempted just to complete this off VATSIM because the live weather's not working. My internet connection's unstable. Right. Yours is all over the place now as well. Please tell me you're not stalling, though. Surely you're not stalling. There goes. Okay. We are still on live weather, so. And it just failed again. You know, I'm trying, guys. I can only do so much. I'm trying. So, no, connection's definitely unstable today. There it goes again. My internet connection definitely unstable today. Which are rare, because I've never had this issue. I've never had internet issues, ever. I have really, really reliable internet. All right, guys. You know, I'm not gonna lie here. I'm thinking it's gonna be one of those things where I think it might be better it off. Well, I'm not dealing with internet issues. Here's what I'm gonna do. Hopefully, News Guy cooperates. But I'm thinking that I might be better off completing this in a situation where I don't rely on the internet, because clearly I'm having issues. Clearly the internet's having issues. Clearly. In live weather, it's keeping us stable now, but it's keeping us stable at Mach 7.7. That's not exactly what I need. Right, I think it has the temperature just fine, but I think it's missing the wind data, right? I don't know. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. $532. I'm going 499. Let me try this. Try to get it to respond to me. No, I think I know the issue, though. I think I know what's going on. I think the aircraft... I think I understand the issue. Right. I don't know, though. No, I think the aircraft knows its max speed, but because live weather's not showing the wind, I don't know. I really don't know, guys. But it's not an issue with PMDG, I don't think, anyway. Because, yeah. Feel like we'd be seeing clouds up ahead, considering we are entering into stormy weather. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Here's the thing I want to turn off. Real quickly, I want to try this. PMDG setup aircraft failures. Maybe it's not in there. Equipment. Wrong button. All right. Yeah, I'm telling the engines. It's like my N1 value is like all the way up though. It's like it's super weird. Yeah, no, it's super weird. You know, that's like where I don't understand it, because the aircraft knows what to do. It's getting the correct temperature. It's just not getting the winds. That's what I think the issue is. Right? But there's no failures that are enabled. I mean, we've been going at this now for an hour and a half. Failures. There's no failures that are currently and actively enabled. So, Here's the thing I'm going to try. I'm going to try this real quickly. Refill engine oil, see if that makes a difference. Something. It's trying to do something now. It's trying to. So. It's trying to do something. So, I mean. I'm telling it 269 on the speed, though. It's not doing it, so. Here, let me try that. Spilling up. What a fucking week for the sim. You know, what a week. First we crater our landings into the pole to pole. Then we have sim. Then we have computer crashing, and now we're having live weather issues. I don't know what to say. Okay, you know, what if I were to do this? I'm tempted to kind of restart the flight in a way. I'm kind of tempted to forcefully close down the sim, trick New Sky into thinking that we've had a failure, but then we actually not have a failure. Just to kind of restart the sim, see if that fixes anything. Just to kind of restart the aircraft, see if that fixes anything. Right. Don't think it is, but I don't think it will, but it's an option. I have fun final. If I do that, I'm gonna try one. Alright. What I just did there was reconnect the cable again, try to repeat the network adapter. This is very annoying. I'll tell them. Just be aware, our live weather's been weird. So that's what I'll have to tell them. If we were to get any ATC. We will see if this will work. The main thing is I want to be doing at least. Let me add that. Let me add that back. Let me see it. Welcome back, Clark. So, Clark, here's the issue. No matter what we do, we're kind of going right. Our live weather is just completely busted. That's what I've realized. Right. Go live weather, doing the same ground speed. Except live weather is currently breaking the aircraft. The live weather is currently breaking the aircraft, trying to trick the aircraft into thinking we're stalling, but it's not. So. So combine that on top of all my internet issues. I have to wonder, should I just complete this flight offline and then upload whatever recording I get of it? Because I don't think, Clark, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that not having live weather is kind of a requirement for VATSIM. So, yeah. Well, the other factor is the stream has been throttling the entire time. I've had internet issues. So, let me look. Alright, let's see here. Pilot trail, okay, and this change, okay, pilots. Pilots are encouraged. Okay. Pilots must utilize at least the following current real-world weather parameters throughout all phases of flights: winds, pressure, and temperature. So, alright, I'll let any controllers know that our live weather's just not been working. So, yeah. We'll try it on we'll try to do it on VATSIM. To be honest, I think we're gonna arrive with no ATC. To be honest, so I don't know. This week has been such a bad week for the sim. All right, first we crater our 2 landings on the final day of the pole-to-pole. Then I have the computer crashing issues, and now I'm having live weather issues. Now, only 2 of those are my fault. Right. I'm very much blaming the issue of. I'm very much blaming the issue of of live weather on Microsoft. And my fucking internet connection, which I've never had an issue with my internet connection until today. I've never had issues. Ever. Which is, right, I have a really, really reliable internet connection. So I've never had issues until recently. So. Alright, I thought someone we had approach online. I don't think we will. We got tower. Manchester approach is online, I think. We just got tower online today. We just got tower, it appears. Alright. VNav. Here, let me see if I can't try to get up an updated wind data. Basically 0 wind the rest of the way, which means we're not going to have any fuel for holding, unfortunately. It'll be an immediate diversion if we're not able to land this in wind calm conditions. Let's see if that fixes everything. Does not. Okay. I think right now we can expect ILS 09 left on the Sierra 1 hotel. And it'll be... We're going to go radar vectors, I think. But I'll throw in via Occam. That puts our new ETA at 13:22, so just over an hour. But it's going to take us an extra day and a half to get there because, once again, no live weather. Rain start ground speed is slowest dirt. Here, I'm going to try live weather. I'm going to give it a go again. No, it's still the same. It doesn't want to. Clark, out of curiosity, what are the conditions in terms of the weather? I mean, it shouldn't be clear, right? Surely there's some clouds somewhere, because I'm not seeing one. Yeah, surely we should be entering into an area where we have some clouds over there. Question is, what do we do in terms of our QNH? Do we just have to set it and leave it? Right. Do we just have to let it stay at standard or at 1013? Yep. Yeah, what I thought. Clouds everywhere. Is it QNH manually? Yeah, well... But New Sky will get the QNH from, whatever. From the sim. It won't get it from the webs. From the interwebs, so... Speaking of, fixed. Yep. Yeah, I'm not seeing a cloud in sight, which means live weather's definitely the issue. Not that there's any doubt that it wasn't before. Try to force it again. Keep doing this for a few moments. Are we getting it back now? Nope. You know, one of the guys at whatever recommended an add-on that might handle live weather a little bit better than the sim does, and I'll have to look into it. Okay, but it's called Atmos. It's called Atmos, I think. Or maybe it's not. I forget what he said it was, but he did say that it might handle live weather a little bit better than, or at least the impression that I got was that maybe it might be useful. So it's called Rex Atmos. Right. So what we'll do is I'll look at it. Rex Atmos. Is a real-time weather and atmospheric engine. How much? How much on Orbex? $23. Okay. Now, does it... it's fine-tuning of real-time weather. Yeah, I have no clue. Either way, I don't know what to do here other than tell controller live weather's not working, and I've reached out to Microsoft, and Microsoft says it's not working either. So damn. Yeah, no, this week has been a really, really bad week for the sim. Yeah, no, this week has been really, really bad week for the sim. First, we have issues. First, we can't land right. Okay. Yep. The good thing is that TCAS works still, because I could see you on my radar for quite some time, and actually I wonder if I were to tune up the range. I don't think I can see you on my radar now. I think you're a bit too far ahead, but yeah, no, I have had some radar up, so. And when I tell people, if anyone asks what we're doing on the speed, I'll tell them, sure, we're doing on the speed. We're doing we'll tell them the ground speed, not our actual speed, because clearly our actual speed is not accurate. I mean, we're supposedly doing Mach 0.84 right now, but yeah. I don't know if we actually are. So, Right now, our ground speed's 485. Can't imagine you Clark are doing any more than about maybe 8.6. Yet you're going like what, 50 knots faster on me than I am. Something like that. Here. Getting something. No, I'm not. And it's using, I guess, really outdated. So. Damn. This flight sucks. Hopefully we're gonna do better next week. On the bright side, the system stable has been on. It's been up for 7 hours now. The system's been up for 7 hours and no crashes. So. All right, how much longer do we have to go? Heathrow, 513 miles. 512 now. Estimating Heathrow at 1323, though. We will see if that's accurate. I know, right? You guys are completely zooming past me. Oh, we got center. Or, sorry, we got control. Fraser. Either 29. Yeah, mine is not. My ETA is not accurate at all. My ETA is not accurate at all. So. Yeah. Control is online. Control is online. Fraser. I think I remember that controller. I think he's a good controller. I think he's one of the good ones. I think, anyway. So. Yeah, I really should be doing a little bit more than 490 right now. I mean, I could add some wind. Yeah, I could add some wind. Any update on live weather? I have to imagine though that I'm not the only one who's having the issues with live weather. You know, I have to imagine that I'm not the only one. Even though I'm the only one who's reported an issue with live weather. Plenty of people have reported issues with the sim. Alright, I'm gonna add myself a pretty strong wind here. see if I can add myself a. Here, let's try 40 knot. No, let's try 50 knot wind. For right now. Try a 50 knot wind for right now. Uh, 245 at T6. Alright, but that's where you are. Alright, what's your speed right now? What's your Mach speed? You should be able to find it about right here. It's your, no clue. If you get, I have no clue how to do it in triple. But what's your Mach speed? Decimal 484. Okay. Well, I'm gonna kind of fake time acceleration here, and we'll see. We're almost into London airspace, actually. At least you are. I'm not even over Ireland. I'm a triple. Last I checked, I was heavier than you. Speaking of, how much fuel do we have on board right now? Yeah. The reason I say that, we are almost in diversion territory right here. I think I'll have enough fuel to make it to Heathrow. But if we have to go around at all, I think I need to... Oh, thanks for reminding me. 6544. That's what it is. So focus on live weather issues. I'm hoping that maybe someone is gonna fix the issue here in the next few minutes. Don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah. In terms of fuel, 21 tons. I mean, 21 tons, and we're still this far out, and we have no wind to help us out because the live weather's down. Well done, Microsoft. Well done. You guys have been able to break the servers again. Microsoft, get your shit together, please. Because clearly whatever you've been doing for the past who knows how long, you've clearly been able to break stuff. So... doing 537 on the ground speed now. Try to, yeah. Try live weather. We'll try live weather in a moment again. Wonder, is there a way to, weather options? Live asset reloading. Turn that off. Nope. Well, actually, what's it doing now? I feel like it just did something. I feel like the aircraft here, you know, here's what I'm gonna do. wind. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna disable VNav. Nice. Nice. Will that do anything? No, it won't. Ooh, good question. I have no clue what we should go for. To be honest, I'll be surprised if I make it. So, how about 235 and 236? Yeah, how about 235, 236? Alright. I'll try to go to 235 when I'm able. Assuming they don't kick me off, which it's control, so I'll tell him. But can't really do anything, so. VAT UK. Stand guide. Oh, let me see if I can request a stand. Does anyone have an ETA for me? Because my ETA is not gonna work. Stand Heathrow. Yeah. Does anyone have an ETA for me? Because obviously for me, 1313 Zulu is one estimate. Here, let me see. Zurich, 1 hotel, 09 left. From Bovingdon. Right, it already knows that, so 1316. From 1236. All right, I have requested 235. And once I get the controller in range, I'll send him a direct message saying, just a little warning, we don't have fly weather. So when you enter into airspace, ground speed or something would be helpful. So, let me see if that does anything. No, it's still not doing anything. Any update with Xbox Live, where maybe they'll fix, maybe they have something. No. Nope. As of one... Oh, wait. Resolution pending. What was that? Was it saying resolution? Yeah. 4 dot SG. Um. Alright, done. Send. Hey, Seb. Seb, we have an issue here. We're about to arrive in Heathrow. We have control. And, we don't have any live weather. At all. So, I don't have any live weather, which is why you see the weather screen up. I have no clue what our ETA is, other than maybe 45 minutes, maybe. But I don't know. So, it's supposed to be a stormy arrival as well. Live weather's not working. It's supposed to be storming. So we're supposed to have, right, it's supposed to be cloudy, it's supposed to be stormy into Heathrow, and yeah, none of that's happening. So it's very, very annoying. It's been like this now a good hour and a half, 2 hours. Alright, thank you. Right now the ETA that I have is 16, and that's from VATSIM radar. So and I have no clue what that really is, because right now we're doing, okay, maybe that's accurate. Right now we're estimating 16.0 for fuel. I think we're going to have enough fuel to get on the ground, but probably need a bit more. So, 487 knots on the ground speed. By the way, Mr. Fraser still has not gotten back to me since I sent him the little warning message. So I guess for going 488 on the ground speed, I do suppose that would make sense. Roughly 45 minutes. Right. Because we have 363 miles to go. Okay, the senator just got back to me. He said that's okay. So I did. Yep, I did. And he's gotten back to me now. He just said that that's okay. So we're waiting to get stuff in range. At least I am. Right, I guess visibility is not an issue. My top descent is in actually about 15 minutes. So, and another center just hopped online. The first one. So, all right, we'll do a bit of a descent briefing in a moment. No, look at that. The sun's beginning to come up. So, that's yeah, I feel like that's a reasonable estimate. Our hold on the stand will expire at 13:36. So you kind of need to get I might. You know what? Actually, it's us what? So, I might relinquish the stand request and grab another stand, or I might get a stand in bit, or I might refile it just in case we need some extra time. Top descent at time 12:53. That gives us approximately 15 minutes because I begin 5 minutes early always. Because the 777's handling is really not great, so. It's about 50 minutes left in this shitty flight. On the bright side, Seb, I think I figured out most of my issues. I think what happened, I think the curve optimizer was still having issues. Or I think that was still enabled, and I think that's what caused all of our issues last night, so. Yeah, I never used the HUD in the Dreamliner. I never used any HUD in any aircraft. Even in the in-builds, I never used it. Or, well, I did use it once, but sucked. Not using it again. Not gonna use it again. Kind of surprised I don't have control and range right now. No, my issue with the Dreamliner, which is the fact that, well, I would use it more often, but it just didn't feel right. Another one of those. Ryan did not like the aircraft and how it flew, so another one of those. So. Alright. Get yourself a good triple. Clark, we gotta get you a good triple. The 777's a good aircraft. I mean, it's easy to set up, but it's yeah, the triple is like the best aircraft in the world, I think. Well, in my opinion, the triple works, right? And I can still get it set up really quickly, but it's still really good. So, I mean, I can still get the aircraft set up extremely quickly. Like, give me like 10 minutes to get their whole aircraft set up, and we can push. So, I always forget. What do you mean approach speeds? Like final approach speeds? Like 160 knots until 4, do you mean? Well, we had an arrival into Heathrow once I was in the A350. It was a fun arrival. Ground now offline. Yeah, I just noticed that. Well, in fairness, though, at Heathrow right now, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 aircrafts on the ground, so it's not like that bad. So, and they're putting it back up. So, it's when I see Central London Center that before I see South. They're south. So, right. Give me 30 seconds. Or give me 2 moments. I have to run to the restroom, and I'll be back in a few moments. All right, back. Yeah, I never went to slow back. Just slow down. All right. So when it comes to approaches, the way I generally do it is once glide slope established, gear down. Okay. I usually try to intercept at no faster than about 200 knots. Though sometimes I'll intercept at about 200 or at about 190, maybe 180 knots. Right. And then I usually go either the general rule of thumb for me in my heavy 777. Either 160 knots until 4 mile final or 4 DME, or 170 knots until 5 DME. Right. 5 mile final, 4 mile final. Right. I can't do 170 till 4, and I can't do 180 till 5. Right, but I can do 160 to 5. Like, I can do anything less than that, but I can't go with standardized approach. With stabilized approach criteria, I can't do 160 knots until. I can't do 170 till 4, and I can't do 180 till 5. My maximums are I can do 160 to 4, and I can do 170 to 5. That's my maximum right there. So, I mean, right, but I always try to intercept around 200 knots, something like that. 190 to 200 is when I try to intercept, and then I reduce speed to 170 pretty much immediately. 170 or 160. And I know that Heathrow absolutely loves 160 until 4. So. Live weather back up. No, it isn't. Alright, we're gonna give up on live weather then. And then of course you have your speed of 160, or of course you have your speed of 170 until whatever, or sorry, 250 knots below 10,000. So, alright. Let's see. Arrival runway 09 left. I doubt that Fraser's gonna give us a whatever. I really doubt that Fraser's gonna give us the whole procedure. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a look at our arrival. 190. Heathrow METAR is now 190 at 11. Just to say it. But there is one good benefit. Uh-oh. You going down? What do you mean? You beginning your descent? Is that what you mean? Yeah, you appear to be maintaining a good control rate of descent. Yeah. When you say going down, I think immediately, you're crashing. So. Alright. In terms of descent briefing. So, it is the Syrquin Hotel, which I already have in. 140 level Cyric, 070 level Occam. And you will go most likely radar vectors, ILS 09 left. On the borrow, it is going to be 279 on the borrow. Which I know that off the top of my head. I don't need to look at the bloody charts of that. I've done this so many times. All good. All good. 279, and then it is, yeah. We intercept 7.5 DME altitude 2,500 feet. Yeah. London North Center now. London North Control. Alright, London's going to be on 129 or decimal 430. Seb, it was a CPU issue. What happened is I overclocked my CPU the other day using it was done automatically through AMD, and it messed up. So, Seb, that's the reason that the CPU, or that's the reason that everything had issues. I'm pretty certain of it now, because I found a CPU error in the logbooks. So, I do not trust Ryzen Master anymore. I would not recommend Ryzen Master to anyone. Ground's coming online again. Nice. Alright. Yeah, it was... I overclocked my CPU a few days ago. And it was an auto overclock using Ryzen Master, which I thought would be fine, right? That's the way to overclock if you're going to do any overclocking. Use the software that AMD provides that say that they won't ruin your warranty, right? It did its thing, but it created stability. It was unstable, and I only found that after seeing a singular CPU error in my the whole thing. In the whole thing, I only saw a singular CPU error. Looking through all the logs of what happened, and then I saw kernel power errors, and I was like, yeah, that I immediately know it now. So at least I think I do. Hopefully, hopefully I don't have any issues. Watch us get ready to land at Heathrow and watch me have an issue. Oh shit, it's gonna happen now. Fuck. Alright. Alright, top descent is in actually 1 minute. 1 minute till top descent. And 40 level Zurich. Let me just yeah, it'll be 140 level Zurich. That's what it will be. So you might actually be able to join us for a landing for once. Yeah, no, it's still not fixed. Alright, well, I'm gonna go in this without live weather. Standard pressure is just like, I think we're gonna fly QNH1013, or altimeter 9 or 902 all the way down, I think. All the way down to landing, because everything is neutral, right? We don't have any weather. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do, unfortunately. Time to go down. Heathrow traffic's Big Bird 2, Limit Juliet, heavy descending now. Flight level 140 at level Zurich 1 Hotel for Heathrow traffic. Pressure's the one issue. Yeah, I think it's gonna. I think we're just gonna fly QNH1013 all the way down because, if we don't have any weather, it's like everything's neutral, right? I mean, temperature is whatever it is. Right. I guess temperature would be the only issue, but I mean, what else would we need to do? Because it's like I can't. It is going to cause an issue, but I've already told the controller. Roger, Clark. Yeah, I've already told the controller that we're having issues, and so I think I'll tell him we'd rather do standard all the way down, which he's probably used to it. So he's probably used to it. Used to MSFS having weather issues. Wait, we are going to try to maintain our good speed on this descent. So there's going to be. We have control. Yeah, we have London control, Heathrow ground. I think that's. I don't want to see us getting approach at all. Or I don't see us getting to Rector. I think we have a really good controller, though, if not mistaken. I know I've had Fraser in the past. I know I've had Fraser in the past as a controller, so he might, and if that's the case, then we'll do it. We'll do it. He says. But remember, the point of the QNH is to inform the pilots of what the pressure is, right? It's not so your pitot tubes can actually measure what altitude you're at correctly, right? It's not like a controller thing, like, oh, a controller just randomly set this QNH at this time based on this blah 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 weather, and now everyone has to use it. No, right? It's no, it's so it's an aircraft functionality thing. When you tell your pilots altimeter 29 or 36 or QNH 9 or 9 or 8 or whatever. It's not like a weird code or anything. It's it allows them to whatever. It's so your pitot tube and your aircraft can measure altitude correctly. So, right, for us, it'll be bad for us, right? It gives us like a really low pressure. Our altitude's gonna be off. I'm sorry, that's just the way it's gonna be. So, and we just got another control, I think. We just got another control, by the way. Or did we? I'm so confused. 127430. Yep.
Request that taxi. Wizgo to Bravo, taxi holding point to Bravo 1, runway 07 via Delta and Alpha and Bravo.
Taxi to holding point to Bravo 1 via Alpha and the Bravo, Wizgo to Bravo.
Control, Speedbird 2 Limited Heavy is with you, descending flight level 140 level Zurich.
Continue with Juliet, thanks to Zurich 1 Hotel, descend initially flight level 200.
Descend initially flight level 200, Speedbird 2 Limited. And just be advised, our live weather is currently not working.
Okay, roger.
Descend initially flight level 200. Nice, direct Fox 09 left.
Ryanair 1966, call me back on 127.430.
127.430 right now, 197.
London, good afternoon, Ryanair 990 Lima, flight level 380 Abim, Noshu.
Ryanair 990 Lima, London, hello, route direct to Anjak.
Route direct Anjak, Ryanair 990 Lima.
London Control Ryanair 1966 with you.
Wow. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Seb. I'm really not surprised.
Ryanair 38 Hotel Alpha, runway 22, clear takeoff, wind Stansted 150 degrees, 10 knots.
Takeoff from 22, Ryanair 38 Hotel.
This guy's controlling his Stansted.
Romeo, runway 15, clear for takeoff, wind is 130 degrees, 9 knots.
Runway 15, clear for takeoff, KLM 70 Romeo.
Alpine 74 Victor X-ray behind the boarding KLM 737, line up and wait, runway 15 behind.
Yeah, departing 737 KLM, line up and wait, runners 15 behind, Alpine 74 Victor X-ray.
FedEx, London Control, FedEx 870, level flight levels 360.
FedEx 870 London, hello, route direct to Salco and report odd level requested.
Route direct Salco and say again the second part, please.
Report your requested odd cruise level, please.
350, please, for FedEx 870.
Roger, somebody.
London Control, good morning, Air France 024 heavy level 3602 Mobley.
Air France 024 London, good afternoon, route direct to Talas, Tango Lima Alpha.
To Tango Lima Alpha, Air France 024, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, AC-73 Fox Zulu 835 Central on QNH 988 request push start.
AC-73 Zulu, hello there, your push and start is approved to face east.
Push start approved, face east, AC-73 Fox Zulu.
Go need 330 for now. I see why this guy is hopped online. I see why. Fraser is fucking busy.
Total Alpha passing 1,900 for 4,000.
Actually, no, not that busy.
Climb now, flight level.
He's not that busy.
200. Climb now, flight level 200, Ryanair treat, Hotel Alpha.
He's not actually that busy, so. Yeah, London Center seems like one of those, like, London Center seems like one of those positions where you have to have a lot of patience for all the idiots.
Line up and wait for runway 07.
Bravo 1, backtrack, and the lamp and the way to runway 07, please go to Bravo.
Can range down. Oh, we got Bristol's alive. Actually, we're about to pass over Bristol. We are about to pass over Bristol, actually. It feels like it's been forever since we were last at Bristol. I mean, I know that David's been flying in and out of Bristol all the time, but I mean, still. See if we can spot the airport.
KLM 70 Romeo, report passing altitude.
KLM 70 Romeo, passing 3,100.
KLM 70 Romeo, thanks, climb now, flight level 210.
Climbing now, flight level 210, KLM 70 Romeo.
Yeah, it'll be up ahead a little.
Scuba 2 Lima Juliet, descend flight level 170 and route direct to Zurich.
Route direct Zurich, descend now, flight level 170, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Open 74 Victor, ready for departure.
Roger.
Route direct Zurich.
Ryanair 3 at Hotel Alpha, route direct to Abton.
Direct Abton, Ryanair 3 at Hotel Alpha.
KLM 72 Romeo, route direct to Banto.
Air Banto, KLM 70 Romeo.
Alpine 7 Victor X-ray, 1115, clear takeoff, 130 degrees, 9 knots.
15 clear takeoff, Alpine 74 Victor X-ray.
With go to Bravo, runway 07, cleared for takeoff, surface wind is 150 degrees, 8 knots.
Runway 07, clear for takeoff, please go to Bravo.
London Ryanair 990.
Ryanair 99 Sierra Lima, London.
Are you getting my CBDLC request? I just need to know if it's working on my end or not.
I've not seen anything yet. It's Echo Golf Tango Tango, the log on.
Ah, that's the problem. No problem, stand by.
Are you approaching Bristol? Yeah, it's been a good minute since you were last at Bristol. It feels like.
Ryanair 1966, when ready, descend flight level 210 to be level by Redford.
Ready, descend flight level 210 to be level by Redford, Ryanair 1966.
Ryanair 3 at Hotel Alpha, contact London on 129.430.
129.430, Ryanair 3 at Hotel Alpha, right.
Right.
Easy 73 Foxtrot. Zulu request taxi via 1 ball intersection Bravo.
E73 Foxtrot, Zulu taxi holding point Bravo 1, hold short number 07.
Taxi Bravo, hold short, runway 07. Easy 73 Foxtrot.
Still looking for Bristol.
And on control flight France 024, just confirm your CPDLC ID is not Lima Oscar.
There it is.
Charlie is Eco Golf Tango Tango, confirm.
Yes, Echo Golf Tango Tango, sorry, it just needs changing the notifications.
Alright, no worries, yeah, we just changed one. I just sent you one now.
Up at 74 weeks,
there's Bristol.
Passing 7,800, correction 2,800.
Alpine 758 X-ray, thanks, climb now, flight level 130.
Climb now, flight level 130, Alpine 74 Victor X-ray.
KLM 72 Romeo, what's your requested level?
Stand by.
Saying for live weather it should be operational now. Let's try it.
French 3720 London Control. Hello, you'll leave my sector very shortly. Continue with Unicom.
Oh yay! Yay! Live weather's back.
Alright, KLM 70 Romeo, request level 310.
KLM 70 Romeo, thanks. Climb flight level 310.
Live weather's back now.
KLM 70 Romeo.
Alpine 74 Victor X-ray, turn left, direct to Banto.
Left, direct band to Alpine 74 X-ray, thank you.
Wisco 2 Bravo, report your passing altitude.
Passing, approaching 3,000 feet, if it goes to Bravo.
Wisco 2 Bravo, roger. Climb now, flight level 100.
Climb flight level 100, if it goes to Bravo.
Oh yeah, they said there's a bunch of UK differences.
Past this 1 Lima Alpha under control, thanks. Climb flight level 230.
Climb 230, past this 1 Lima.
Got our live weather back. Yay. Yay, we got it back. Nice.
Alpine 74 Victor X-ray, climb flight level 210.
Captain 210, Alpine 74 Victor X-ray.
Scuba 2 Lima Juliet, descend flight level 140 to be level by Zurich.
Descend now flight level 140, level Zurich. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Control, good afternoon, Skyway side, 0 Romeo Fox, Charlie Tango, Travel 35.
Skyways 50 Romeo Foxtrot under control. It's the Tosva 1 Alpha arrival and descend Christian Squawk 6007.
6007, and can we do Logan 12 for Skyways 50?
Yeah, okay, then Logan 2 Alpha arrival.
Alright, Logan 2 Alpha arrival, the Squawk 6007, Skyways 50 Foxtrot.
Wisco 2 Bravo, climb flight level 110.
Please don't crash.
Level
Nice.
110,
Nice work.
Bravo.
Past this 1 Lima Alpha, turn right heading 030 degrees.
Right, 030, past this 1 Lima.
We got our live weather back.
Bravo, turn left heading 070 degrees.
And turn left at 070 degrees, if it goes to Bravo.
Skyways 50 Romeo Foxtrot, descend flight level 220.
Descend Bravo 220, Skyways 50 Romeo Foxtrot.
Scuba 2 Lima Juliet, contact London 129.430.
129.430, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Thanks for services. Have a good day. Bye bye. London, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Heavy is with you, passing 15 for 14, level Zurich.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. 7 Alpha,
Control, good day, Lufthansa 5 coming up to Ulster, Heathrow.
2 stations at once, first to Speedbird 67 Alpha, report you're heading to London on 127
127.430 will report heading 67 Alpha.
Left under 5 uniform, hello, taxi straight ahead, hold at November Bravo 101.
Taxi straight ahead, hold short of November, Bravo 11, Lufthansa 5 uniform.
Down to 110, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Lufthansa 4 Hotel, hello, taxi, link 52, but hold short of Yankee.
5 Hotel Yankee, Lufthansa 4 Hotel.
Rhino 38 Hotel Alpha, climb flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390, Rhino 38 Hotel Alpha.
Lufthansa 4 Hotel after the company 321, hold at November Bravo 11.
After the company Airbus A321, hold short November Bravo 11, Lufthansa 4 Hotel.
Lufthansa 5 uniform, wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, runway 09 right, clear for takeoff. runway 099 right.
Cleared for takeoff, Lufthansa 5 uniform.
Rhino 38 Hotel Alpha, monitor 122.8.
1228, Rhino 38, Hotel Alpha, go back.
21 decimal.
2 Lima Juliet, turn left now at 085.
085 degrees, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Speedbird 414, monitor 122.8.
122.8, thank you.
That's pretty much direct right there.
Lufthansa 4 Hotel, line up runway 09 right.
Line 09 right. From the close up.
Nice. Yeah, what's the visibility? If we do we need to do Cat 3 here? Do we need to do Cat 3 here? Heathrow. HR 170 degrees, 100 knots. QNH 9 or 9 or 9 or 8. 8.
So 2 Lima Juliet, descend flight level 90.
Descend now flight 190, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
5 uniform, passing 1500.
Lufthansa 5 uniform, I'm now flight level 180.
Climb now, flight level 180, Lufthansa 5 uniform.
And on 25 Charlie, wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, runway 09 left.
Baseline 09 left, down on 25 Charlie.
There goes Clark.
Lufthansa 5 uniform, after 4,000 feet, route direct Coxie, Kilo Oscar Kilo.
After passing 4,000 feet, redirect to
Alright.
Kilo Oscar.
Lights on.
Lufthansa 5 uniform.
Lufthansa 4 Hotel, the wind 170 degrees, 11 knots, 09 right, clear take.
Runway 09 left right, clear for takeoff. Lufthansa 4 go.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, so you've got 40 miles to go. Descend altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 988 hectopascal.
Descend now, altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 998 hectopascal, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Just check that, QNH 988.
988, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Okay. 9.
London, Ryanair 9 Fox Kilo, Gatwick on Alpha Sierra.
Ryanair 9 Foxtrot, Kilo London Control, hello, the surface wind is 1705 knots, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, 26 left, Ryanair 9 Fox Kilo.
Alright. Broken 18. Okay, good. Everything's looking fine. No wind. Or, no rain. Nice. Just be a bit of a challenging approach.
Flight level 350. Correction 340.
It is now actually 2-7 winds, so.
So it's White Line Control, hello to you, Roger. If you just call me back when you get to T-Mal.
Call you back at D-Mile. Speed up, you go, Mike.
Speedbird 2 Lima Julia, 090 degrees.
090 degrees, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Passing 1,900.
24 Hotel, thank you.
How the fuck did this freeze up?
Left flight level 180.
Okay, I guess you can't drink that.
London, good day. Speedbird 934, I'm the Korea Heathrow, holding Deso, ready.
Speedbird 934, are you able to have the 10?
Affirm, November 10.
Speedbird 934, Roger, taxi straight ahead and fire November Bravo 10 and line up 09 right.
Straight ahead, fire to Bravo 10, I'll line up 09 right, Speedbird 9.
Oh, Clark's beating me in a race, by the way. Alright. Final approach speed for... Descend now 4,000 feet, speed routine limit jet.
Right 9 Foxtrot Kilo, climb now, flight level 130.
Flying for them 130 running in, Fox Kilo.
That's a full hotel with direct Coxie, Kilo Oscar Kilo.
Coxie, Kilo, Oscar Kilo, transported.
Right 9 Foxtrot Kilo, turn right in 0503.
Right 2 heading 0509 Fox Kilo.
Speedbird 934, wind 170, 11 knots, 09 right, clear takeoff.
Please take off 09 right, Speedbird 934.
Just gonna get auto office.
5 Charlie, second right turn onto Bravo, contact ground 121.905.
Ground 121.905, thanks for emergency, MLA. Yep.
Charlie, Spirit Concord 9, that's 5 Whiskey, 09.
Spirit Concord 9, hello, behind departing company 320 from the full length, that's 05 Whiskey, cross 09 right behind.
Departing company 320,
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, descent altitude 3,000 feet.
Descend now altitude 3,000 feet, speed routine limit jet.
Santa 5 uniform, climb flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310, Lufthansa 5 uniform.
Let's reduce our speed now. It hasn't given us a speed, but 220 knots about here is what I probably want.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, heading 080 degrees, and one established on 9 left, descend on the glide path.
080 degrees, one established descend glide path, 09 left, speedbird 2 limit jet.
Lufthansa 4 hotel, climb flight level 3.
Clear to the approach.
Lufthansa 310, Lufthansa 4 hotel.
Stand 246.
London today, easy 18 Juliet Lima at Gatwick, holding short to seek left altitude.
Yeah, 235.
Juliet Lima, hello to you, the wind is 170, 11 knots, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff.
26 left for clear for takeoff, easy 18 Juliet Lima.
Yeah, it's same area.
Speedbird Concord 9, traffic's passed now, so you can cross the runway, and then on the other side, left on Sierra, sorry, left on Alpha, hold Hawk.
Sorry, it's quite slow, thanks. And so of course, left out.
So you can stay with me, it'll be fine, and hold out Walker.
I think this freeway I've driven on, or I haven't driven on this freeway right here. CM4, I think.
Over to 127, 430, Speedbird 934. Thank you.
Right 9 Foxtrot Kilo, head 040 degrees.
Heading 040, 940 Kilo.
Get the localizer. No. I think we got the localizer anyway. We're waiting to get it. There goes Trace plane.
Aircraft calling London, there was no voice.
Yeah, that was my fault. What is it?
Speed.
Red 9 Delta, hello, line up runway 26 left.
Right, we'll go autobrake 2 for Heathrow.
Right 9 Foxtrot Kilo, report you're heading to London 127.40.
Heading to London 12740 in the right there. Fox Kilo.
Yes, it did. It did finally. Only like 10-15 minutes ago though. But I knew that it was not the plane because when it was not in live weather it was fine, so. Yep. And also Microsoft confirmed it. Or Asobo or whoever confirmed that my issues were in fact valid and were on their end, so. But perfect time. We just established, or just localized established. All right, we'll go speed 180 now.
Juliet Lima, climb flight level 130.
Climb flight level 130, easy 180 Lima.
Speed of Concord 9, black taxi link 52, audit November Bravo 11.
Link 52, Bravo.
We get the gear down one speed.
Under control, good afternoon. Channels 42 Yankee, flight level 350, direct to Zamad.
Channels 40 Yankee, life control, hello to you, Roger. Redirect to Pekin, Papa Echo, Kilo India, Mike, Pekin.
Oh, great, this is going to be interesting.
Pekin for Channels 42 Yankee.
Speed of 42 Mike, sorry, speed of 24 Mike.
Speedbird 24 Mike, hi.
Speed of 24 Mike, Alesso 1 Hotel arrival, descent flight level 180.
No, we have, we're going to go flaps
Alesso
20 for this
Hotel,
landing.
arrival 180 24 Mike.
We're going to go flaps 20 for this landing, actually, so that...
London, hello, flying jet 28.
That'll increase our approach speed, but...
Flight jet 28.
I see weather
Hello,
ahead.
we're August Westland 139 helicopter rails, tree to Battersea, 1,300 feet VFR. Request entry to the London control zone, via Brent Reservoir, then direct into the port at 1,400.
Flex 28 London, Roger, score 3752, the London QNH 988 activated.
3752988 for flyjet 28.
Flyjet. Speed of Concord 9, wind is 17 to 11 knots, so that might go take. Speed of 2 Lima Juliet, Catalan 0 left, 7 to 11 knots.
Clear to land 09 left, speedbird 2 right.
Speed of 9 Delta, Lima 17 to 8 knots, 26 left, take over. Egypt 622, hello, line up on 26
Carry on.
left.
Line up on runway 26 left.
You know what? Flaps 30. Alright.
What to do this lane to 5406 Mike?
Village of Windsor. Village of Windsor. Nice! Nice. I have a hard time getting... I have a hard time imagining we're going to get a 10, unfortunately.
Left channel 45, easy 180 Lima.
Oh, the pressure's on. No. Too late. Pressure's on. Alright. Flaps 4 now. Good old Windsor right there.
Stand by first, Egypt 622, 1608 knots, 26 left.
I have attempted the long walk at Windsor. I failed. My mum did it.
Egypt 622, 26 left.
Reduce. Now.
Hello, Hong Kong 1 with you.
Hong Kong 1, hello, stand by. 3, go Golf, Hong Kong, Bravo 1, 1.
Okay. The wonderful town of Windsor. I've attempted the long walk. I didn't. I got about halfway done. My mum was able to do the whole thing.
1 London control, hello, after Lambourne, 5260 degrees.
Remember heading 260 degrees, Hong Kong 1.
That's correct, maintain 250 knots or greater. Maintain high speed.
Alright, flaps. Alright, let's go and get the speed brake armed. Alright. Let's see how this does.
430 with that, yeah, easy
1,000.
Noted.
Flyjet 28 London planes, you're identified now. You head down to London control zone, number launch 1,500.
I know you are, Clark.
Speedbird 2557, passing radar
Approaching 0, 9, left.
I will be
Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
500.
My controls.
Egypt 622,
400.
Terrible crosswind.
now flight level
300. Approaching minimums. 200. Minimums.
Continue.
Yep, Egypt 622.
Sync rate.
Fine.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Excel acceleration point.
I'm surprised we got that in the ground.
Project 2800 identified. Let's enter control zone via far on 1500.
Thank you, we're clear to enter the landing control zone on about 1500 for flight jet 28.
What did I say?
Speed 2557 and flighter 100. Speed 2557, hello, reduced speed of 220 knots.
What did I say about the frames plummeting?
220 knots, 2557.
What did I say about the frames plummeting at Heathrow? Always do. They always do. It's 244. Roger. They always plummet at Heathrow. They always do.
Speed of 2557, fly heading 260 degrees.
260, 257.
Flyjet 28, just what was your destination again? Was it Battersea?
Alright, APU on.
8 for them, Battersea.
Roger, report is on site.
Welcome.
Egypt 622, fly heading 050 degrees.
I didn't see twice.
Flaps away.
3 kilo golf, the wind is 17011 knots, 09 right, clear takeoff. Speed 2 Lima Juliet, contact ground, 121.905.
121.1905 now. Let's do Bird 2 Lima Juliet. Thanks for services. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Thank you. Version 1 line.
Ground Bird 2 Lima Juliet. Request stand 244.
Station calling, Sega.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet with you. Just vacated 09 left. Request stand 244.
Speed 2 Lima Juliet Heathrow ground. Hello, Roger, no worries at all. It's left Alpha, right Lima stand 244.
Left Alpha, right Lima stand 244. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Alright. Welcome to Heathrow, guys. Took a little longer than expected today, but that's because the live weather decided to ditch us. So.
If that's a 2 Whiskey Uniform, contact London 129430.
Alright, stand 244.
Very good afternoon, Heathrow ground, Speedbird 1 Bravo, wind touch 200, stop 558, we have Whiskey QH 998, possible close.
Speed 1 Bravo, call you back in just a second. Brakes. Lufthansa 2 Whiskey Uniform London, please. 129430.
Contact London 129.430, thanks for service. Have a good day, Lufthansa 2 Whiskey Uniform.
See ya. And Speedbird 1 Bravo, you clearance to Boston via Compton after departure 09 right, climb straight ahead, London DME 2. Then turn right 220 degrees, climb altitude 6,000 feet, the score 7014.
To Boston, the Compton departure, take off 09 right on the runway heading to 2 TME then.
So now the frames clear up. That landing was a bit chaotic, but
One Bravo, correct.
I think that's about as good as we could have done with the frames. There's Clark in the Dreamliner. There he is. The NE A350 is failed again despite reinstall. Awesome deletion. Oh dear. Grumpy, there have been issues today with Microsoft flight with the flight sim. So I wonder if maybe your issue is that. I wonder if maybe Grumpy your issue is just some stupid server somewhere having issues. So. APU is running. We can go number 2 shutdown. I can't see anything. I can barely move the aircraft right now. And now I say that I'm looking into potential alternate scenery for Heathrow. This is kind of the reason why. And everything is tuned down. So.
Virgin 103 Mike, taxi right, Bravo, hold Oster.
Right, Bravo, hold Oster, Virgin 103.
I don't think Chaseplane's going to give us a 10, or I don't think New Sky's going to give us a 10 for that, but who knows. Hopefully New Sky understands the live weather issues that we had. Alright, Stroby's off. Somehow, despite parting like 20 minutes late, Clark managed to beat us.
Okay, speedbird 1 Bravo stand 558.
Sorry, was that Speedbird 1 Bravo?
Affirm, speedbird 1 Bravo.
Speed 1 Bravo stand 558. Push the roof facing north, please.
Push your facing to the north, speedbird 1 Bravo.
Come on now. Can we? Oh, lucky. Alright. My parking sucks. Alright, parking brake set. Let's get an engine shut down, shall we? Alright. Engine 1 shut down. Beacons off. Close flight. What's the damage? Oh, it was a 10. Flight delayed 3 minutes. Cost the airline $484. It was a 10 though. There we go. Great touchdown in challenging conditions.
129, 10.0,
So.
Virgin 103 Mike. See ya.
Because the Phoenix doesn't use okay, oh god, am I that delayed? The thing with the Phoenix though is Phoenix doesn't go through the flight sim servers. So alright, let's go ahead and mute that. Alright. Clark, let's get a screenshot. If the you know what, I'm not gonna there it is. Now it works. Gotta be really, really careful. By the way, this is with frame gen on, by the way. So just imagine that with all this. This is with frame, yeah. I'm not saying that, Grumpy. What I'm saying is that there might be a it might be an issue with any builds, and any builds stuff going through stupid servers. So. Wonder if it's something stupid like a bloody system error. Sorry, I muted vPilot on OBS, but I haven't yet muted it on my headset. So anyway, that's been a very, very long flight. Blame the issues with live weather. We would have gotten here a lot faster. We would have gotten here probably about half an hour to an hour earlier. Taking us about 7.5 hours to get across the ocean, which is pretty insane for Heathrow to Baltimore, Baltimore Heathrow. It's usually about 6.5 hours. And somehow Clark beat us, despite him leaving 20 minutes late. So, all right. Now the frames are looking better. All right, Clark. Just one more screenshot, then I get to disconnect from the network to deal with frames, help cope with them. So, all right. Well, it is currently 8:30 in the morning. Unfortunately, I do not have to go into work later. But this is still a little later than I usually go to. Usually I go to about 5, 6, maybe 7 a.m. at the latest. I feel fine though. I do need to go upstairs, maybe grab a bite to eat. Haven't eaten in over 14 hours-ish. Actually going on about a 20-hour streak of no sleep. So anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Grumpy, Clark, thanks for the flight. Grumps, thanks for attempting to fly with us. I know that issues happen. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see you all in the next one. Probably, actually, it should be tomorrow night. We're gonna go VFR flying with Seb, and then we get to maybe do some. I can't think straight anymore. It's bedtime. Gonna finish up. We're gonna work on the Northern Lights tour. So anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast, and I'll see you all in the next one. So long.